Hello everyone, welcome back. Last video you saw the peak view of our application. So in this video we'll start building that from scratch. So I've just opened the terminal. So let's just first create a simple Next.js application. So npx create next app, and I'm just going to name this as listen not application. So this is the standard way of creating a Next.js application. So we wanted to use the TypeScript, ESLint yes, and Tailwind CSS, and also source directory. We'll just choose the default options, whatever it is suggested for us. So it's installing. So let's wait for it to load the initial boilerplate code for our Next.js application. So meanwhile, first we will try to build a few UI pieces so that we can see something on the screen, and then we'll move on to develop the model code, where we'll try to have a class and then wrap it as the service and deploy in a model, and then we should be good to consume that in our client facing application. Okay, that's the route that we will go. Okay, so here I'm just going to open the application. Okay, so here let me maximize this. Okay, fine. So this is the default application. So I'm just going to open the terminal, and then let's just run this. Okay, so it is started in 3000 port. So let me do one thing. So I'm just going to minimize this, and here let me just bring up this new thing, and here I'm just going to open this, and let me just split it so that we should be in a better position to see the outcome as well as the code in the same window. So I'm just going to move this. Okay, and let's just, since our main focus is on code part. Okay, so this is the default code that we get once we create this boilerplate Next.js application. So first, as I said, we will focus on a few UI pieces so that we can see something on the screen, and then we'll move on to the model code. Okay, so in this page.tsx, I'm just going to remove everything so that we can make changes accordingly. And also in layout, we will come back to this layout later. Okay, and firstly let's go here, and I'm just going to remove everything, and in here let me just wrap everything inside this div, and let's just give here some styling as container and make this display as a flex. Width, we will make this as a full, and direction to be column, and let's just align the items to be centered, and let's have a gap of 12. Okay, so that is the things, and so you can see this became blank screen because we have nothing in the page tsx. Okay, so in here first we will wrap the title, the thing that we saw, that is transcribing audio in minutes with the Whisper version 3, which we saw in our previous video. Okay, so let's better wrap that inside this section. Okay, and here in header I'm just going to write the text as something like transcribe audio in minutes with Whisper version 3. So here this is the output that we are seeing, and let's give some styling for this. Firstly, I just wanted to give styling to this section. So let's make this text to be center, and let's add some padding at the top. Okay, and then maximum width we are going to restrict it to 3 times XL. Okay, and the direction it's going to be a column, and display is going to be flex, and let's have a gap of 3. Okay, and items, the center, the standard styling that we do for any flex display. Now we wanted to emphasize the header, so we need to style this h1. Let's add some padding at the top, some, let's say 24, and the text size we want it to be big, so I'm just going to go for 5 times XL. Okay, and if it's a smaller screen, let's go for 6 times extra large. Okay, and let's have this tracking between letters to be tighter, and the font I just want it to be semi bold. Okay, and also fine. So this is the header, and let's add here the now component, that is a title of our application, and then just the icon to access the code base. Okay, so for that it's better if I just create a separate folder for that itself. So I'm just going to create a folder for components. That's where we will just put our UI components. Okay, so in here let's just create the component. For now, this is the nav bar. Okay, so this is the component that we will be creating to use here. So it's going to be common. So if we want a common component to be placed, so the right place to use that component is the layout page. Okay, so once let's write this navbar component, and then we'll use this component in that page. So for this, I'm just going to quickly create the component. So default function and the navbar, and here I'm not going to pass any props. Let's just directly focus on UI piece. Okay, so in here, first thing is we will be showcasing the text of our application, the title of our application. So, and that clicking on that, it should navigate to home page. So it's better that we wrap inside the link component which comes from next link. Okay, so I'm just going to import the same from here. Okay, and href, it's going to be the home page, so just the slash, and okay, so here let me just have this title. Okay, and first let's use this, and then we will keep updating this component. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this navbar component. We should see something, yeah. And also let me just remove this, the black dark theme. So for that we need to make changes in our Tailwind config. So I am just going to remove this. Let me just remove this for now, or comment. Okay, this is not the place that we are supposed to do. Where is this CSS file? Okay, yeah, here. So this is where we need to make changes in order to remove the theme. Okay, so here I'm just going to remove the default things that we get, so that now it is going to look in the light theme. Later on, if you wanted to add anything, we'll come back and add in here. Okay, fine. So let's go to this navbar component, and this is where we will just style this listen not text and the component here. So first thing, I just want this to be kind of striked, so we will just wrap this inside a stack. Okay, fine. And we want this to be bold or something like that, so I'm just going to style this. So make this first flex and items to be centered, and text, I want this to be extra 2 times extra large, and since we want it to be bold, I think bold will be too emphasized. I'll just go for semi bold. And tracking also, here I'm just going to give in here tighter. Okay, fine. And here just next to this, I'm just going to add in the icon, the ear kind of icon, so that I'm just going to install let me just remove this so that we don't see that. So for that, I'm just have to install this Lucid React dependencies, from where we will use the icons. So let's just add this dependency, and yeah, it's added. And now I can just use this here icon from Lucid React. Yeah, okay, so that is the thing. And yeah, and next to this, we'll have one more link component, where we will add a link to access the code base of this application. Okay, so here I'm just going to, and here this href, so this is going to be a URL of the code base, which I will eventually add. Okay, and this needs to be open in the different page rather than the application page. Okay, and yeah, a little and here inside this, we will just add the div kind of, which says text like get the code, something like that. So I'm just going to wrap this inside div. Okay, so let's make the styling later. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here something like this. Okay, so they are in the column, so I just wanted to displays block. Okay, so let's just style this main div so that we can change the way we want it to appear on the screen. So first, let's make this to be flex. Okay, so they are now in the same row, and width, let's make it occupy a full, and then I just wanted the items to be centered, padding of 3 in all directions, and justify, I'm just going to give between, so that they'll be at 2 extreme ends. So that's the thing that we want. Okay, and now let's add this to be always at the top, so the sticky, and also I'm just going to give top as 0, and I'm just going to apply this backdrop blur, let's say small. Okay, so there are at least to the extreme ends now. Okay, and this is not exactly looking good, so we will apply the styling first for this to the link component. This, I'm just going to make this also as a flex, because I'm just going to add in one more icon next to the div. That's the reason I'm just making this as a flex now itself here. And I'm just going to add the gap between this div and the icon that I'm going to add next to this. For styling this, the get the code text, let's first, I just wanted text size to be smaller, and width, let's apply fit. Okay, and let's add some padding in the x direction, let's say 2.5. okay, so that there'll be some space to the towards its right, and also let's add this rounded car nodes. Okay, so and I just wanted this border color, so let's apply this gray color, and background, let's just apply this gray color. Okay, yeah, now you can see background and these rounded and also the border gray color. Okay, and text color also I'm just going to change a bit. Okay, so let's just add this border. Okay, and the text color also I'm just going to change this to gray color. Okay, so now it looks at least good. Okay, fine. And on hovering, let's have some shadow effect. So I'm just going to add in, so let's say we are trying to hover, so there is a bit shadow, so looks gives good user experience. And also the transition for these shadows, I'm just going to apply this. And finally the display is flex, and items I'm just going to center, so pretty. And also I want this to be wrapped under group. Okay, so fine, so this is the styling for our get the code. Okay, so the text wrapped in this div, and this is wrapped inside the link component. Okay, so that's the thing. And next to this, so it's I'm just going to add in the svg. You can just of the github icon, you can just take it from public or refer to this code base once I'm done building this application. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this. Okay, so fine, so this is the simple navbar component needed for our application, and it's pretty much common to all the pages that we'll be building. Okay, so that's the navbar component. And now focusing on our the page styling. So next, after this transcribe audio in minutes with Whisper version 3, so below this we will add the text, like it's also built with flash attention version 2, and had a link from where we referred the implementation for it. Okay, so that also I'm just going to wrap inside this link component from Next. And also I'm just making sure this opens in the new page. And here this href, so as I already shown you. Okay, so I'm just going to show you the reference. So this is the the link. Okay, I'll just share the flash attention version 2, and also this is the place that will be referring the Hugging Face location, from where we will take a reference of building in a Whisper version 3 model, and then posting it ourselves. Okay, so we will come back to this later. So this also I'll just add this later. So now I'm just going to leave that as blank, so you will understand once we are building this model and from where we are taking reference, and from there you can just come back and add that respective reference link here. Fine. And inside this I'm just going to give here some text, like something like accelerated, that is we are improving its speed using this, right? So that's the something like that, so accelerated by. And I wanted to highlight the text flash attention version 2, so it's better if we just wrap that under span and make that as a underline. So here I'm just going to add in here this underline, and here let's say I'm just going to give in here the text as flash attention version 2. Okay, fine. And then the additional text I'm just going to add the transformers as well. So you can see it is underlined, so that's the because we're wrapped under the span with styling underline. and I'm just going to add one more keyword which says the transformers. So okay, so this is the text right below our main header, and looks like this is not looking good enough, so we will style this as well. So here for this link component, I'm just going to give first the background color. Okay, fine. And text size, let's just make this as extra small. Okay, fine. And if it's a smaller screen, let's at least improve a bit of its size. And let's add in width fit, and let's add some padding in both the x directions. And also I'm just going to give here this border color, so let's give it as a gray color. Fine. And add this border. Okay, so at least, okay, so we will round the corners. So for that I'm just going to add in here first. Let's give the text color also gray colors like the above thing that we did. Okay, and however I'm just going to apply this shadow effect, and the transition I'm just going to apply this shadow. Okay, so if I just hover, there is this transition, and finally I just wanted to round the corners. Okay, so I'm just going to apply rounded XL. Okay, fine, so looks decent. Okay, and that's the helper just below our main title. Okay, so post this after this the thing that we wanted to add was kind of like tabs, which kind of we provided. If you just refer to previous video, we showcased two options just to host it yourself. I mean the buttons, the option to try it out and how this is going to look like, and that's where we will have our core logic of our application, and host it ourselves yourself. We'll just navigate to the different section of the same page. That's where we were providing detailed instruction of our code, and also the way to deploy on Modal, or else you can how to run it on locally. So that those are the things that comes. So first I'm just going to have in here the div, and since this is again the navigating to different part of our application, so it's better if you wrap this also in link component. So I'm just going to wrap this inside link component. Okay, and here I'm just going to, okay, this is going to throw error, and here this is going to be navigation to the same page, so but different section. So you just know how to navigate to different section of the same page. This is how we just navigate. And the text of this, for now I'm just going to say this as host it yourself. Okay, and yeah, this is the text. Okay, we will do styling part, we'll come back to that later. And here the text for the try it out option. So here we don't have the page at design. Once I create the try it page, and then we will add the link. So I'm just going to give the page as try it. Okay, and here the text is try it out. Okay, so these are the two buttons. So now we need to style this better. So first for the this div, let's make this as a flex, and let's add some gap between them, gap of 4. And also I'm just going to apply this flex wrap. Okay, and padding in the y direction, let's say 6, so that there will be space between the about text and this the link components that we are adding. Okay, and styling this will make it look like a button. So I'm just going to style this, apply the styling for this. So I just wanted this to look like button, so I'm just going to call this helper. So for this I'm just going to add a shard.cn. So we'll use some components, so let's just navigate to shard.cn. Okay, and we just wanted to use this. Okay, so the installation, so this is how we are going to initialize this. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and let's initialize shard.cn into our application, and I'm just going to just select our default option so that which is suggested by this library. Okay, and once it is done, so we'll have this components.json and also the library folder. That's where we will have this the function or to merge different classes together as part of a single class. Okay, so in here now I'm just going to import the same. Okay, so here, and I can just make the use the button variants. So this one I can just we need to add a component button so that we can use the button variant. So I'm just going to install the button. So this is how we can just use this, the components that we want as part of our application. So I'm just adding button. So it installs the button under this UI folder component. So it's installing. So once this is installed, we can just use the button variants and make it look like a button. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this merge this styling of this button variants. Along with that, the width I'm just going to, so you can just see here. Okay, fine. Once we complete, yeah, you can see as soon as we applied this button variant, so the whatever the styling was applied to button will be applied to this link component. Okay, and also let me, if it's a small, I'm just going to restrict the width to 48. Okay, and yes, and the same thing I'm just going to apply to this below component. So I can just copy this thing and apply the same to this try it out as well. So here if I just change this, so it's there looking good. Okay, so since it is small, so I'm just I just wanted to focus more on this part. That's the reason I maximize this, so that it will be better reference, and also you can see the reflection in our user facing application. Okay, so fine. So those were the sections that we saw. So fine. So after this the section where we wanted to show the code host part related to deploying a model and running it on locally, something like that. So that we will separate from this section. So I can just minimize this, and this is where we will wrap that part in this separate section. So I'm just going to create here new section. Okay, and since we want the host it you host it yourself button to navigate to this section, so we need to provide an ID for this, same as what we just referred to this href. Okay, so that is the thing, and in here we need to have that code component. Okay, so it's better if we just write that as a separate component, so that not to have all pieces of code in a single component. So for that I'm just going to create a new component inside this folder called let's say something like code host. Okay, so fine, and this is where we will try to use the components write a code where we can show the code part for hosting yourself as well as the running locally. So I'm just going to name this as something, let's say code host. Okay, so in this component, for now I'm just going to have the tabs. So tab also we'll just add this component. Okay, so that also I'm just going to take this from this shard.cn. Okay, so let me quickly add this components tabs. So this is pretty helpful when we wanted to use the reusable common components across our application, so that we doesn't have to write this from scratch again. So that's the importance, or that's how it eases our development. Okay, so here inside this I'm just going to wrap this in the div. So for now I'm just going to use the this code host component, so that we will see whatever the changes that we make as part of this component. So going back to this, so first we will wrap this inside this tabs, and here I'm just going to have two tabs. One is deploy on model and one to run locally, as we saw in our previous video. So here this is the thing, and this is where we will show the traps trigger. Okay, and the value I'm just going to set this as a model for this. Okay, and here let me just give the text of this tab as deploy on model. Okay, and yeah, so you saw this is one of the tabs. Okay, we will come back to styling later, but at least let's just have the core sections of this component completed first. Just below this I'm just going to have one more tabs trigger, and value I'm just going to give this as local. Okay, and the text of this, it's going to be run locally. Okay, so fine. So these are the two tabs, and that's the triggering point. Okay, for the content that needs to be shown as part of the respective tab. After this, the tabs content, so I'm just going to import that as well from this UI/tabs. So if the value that that we are selecting is model, this is what we'll be showcasing. So I'm just going to wrap this inside this div, the text that we wanted to. So for now, let's say something like whatever the text that we showed, one of the easiest and cheapest way to host on demand, something like that. Okay, on demand API is via model. Okay, so let's just see this thing. So default, if you want me to select default value, so this is where we are supposed to provide. So I'm just going to provide in here this default value as model for now, so that we'll just see whatever the content that we are writing in this model. So ideally, yep. Okay, so this is the thing, and also I just wanted to style this properly. So let me, okay, this isn't looking great. So for that I can just make styling to this tabs thing. So I just wanted first this to take width of the screen. Okay, and let's restrict the width based upon the screen size. So if it's the Excel, I'm just going to make this as 600 pixel. Okay, if it's a small, let's just say width as 500 pixel. Okay, and the minimum height, I just wanted it to be 500 pixel. Okay, so let me just try it out. Okay, fine. And also let's just go back to this page, and also let me just style this section part so that it looks center of this page. So here I'm just going to give in here the text as centers so that it's going to okay. And I just wanted yeah, so now at least it's a center. And let's add some padding in the y direction. And also if it's a smaller, I just wanted more space. And max width, I'm just going to restrict it to 3 times extra large. And then direction, obviously it's going to be the column, so I'm just going to make this display as a flex and column. And the gap, I just wanted the gap to be 3. And finally the items to be centered. Okay, fine. So this is the just a little bit of styling to this section. So let's just go back to this code host component. Okay, so here we will just continue here. So just below this text, okay, right after this via, so it's we will just add a link to this model website. So I'm just going to wrap this inside this link component. So here again I'm just going to give this as a green color, like let's say 600. And I just wanted to open in the new page. And finally the link for this, it's going to be this https modal.com. okay, fine. And the text that we will be showcasing here, it's going to be the title of that application. This is the model. So yeah, so this is what, so clicking on this, it's just going to open that link in the new page, new tab. Okay, fine. So this is the thing. And fine. And also let's just style this list as well. I mean, I'm just going to give in here this display as a grid. Okay, and the columns as 2. okay, and also width I'm just going to give here full. Fine. And also yeah, so now at least they're looking good. Okay, so there's no content for that, and this is the content for this. And the content styling for this content as well, I'm just going to give in here the little bit of width as full. And also the text, I just want it to be the start. Okay, fine. So yeah, now let's just continue. Suppose this I'm just going to add in a one more p tag, where we will kind of add one more text kind of something. Once you create a free account and download the Python client or base code, that's the thing. I mean, I'm just going to add the text here. So once I add, you will understand what I meant. Okay, so something like this. Once you create a free account and download the Python client. So I'm just talking about this model account. Okay, so something like this. Okay, and copy or download the base code. So here I'm just going to add in. So once we complete writing the code for our model, we will just add a link here. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here for now, as it's on GitHub, so you can just refer to this. We will add once we are done with this. So I'm just going to okay, fine. And yeah, we can see that reflection. And here I'm just going to add the link to our GitHub. Okay, so I can just copy this for now, and I'm just going to change the text and also the URL to our GitHub. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here the text as code. Okay, and we'll come back to this URL later. So after this, right after this div, I'm just going to add a div where we will wrap the code block where we will try to put the code related to our model app. Okay, so max width, I'm just going to restrict it to, let's come back to this later. Okay, and again I'm just going to wrap this code inside this width of full padding. I'm just going to give 6. So here the code block. So for this I'm just going to take the same help from this code block, right? Okay, let's do one thing. I'm just going to add in the component. We'll write our own component. So let's go back here, and I'm just going to create in here the new file called code block. Okay, so the two things what we want is we want the syntax highlighting, and also the way to copy that code. Okay, so those are the two things and the main things that we want as part of our code block component. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do, let's just utilize the React syntax highlighter. Okay, so I'm just going to use this code package. So we'll just use this, and so it doesn't have to spend too much of time just to write this component. So I can just install this. So let me install this library. So here I'm just installing this. Okay, so once we are done with installing this library, I'm just going to you take the help of this documentation, and we'll use this. So firstly, let's just mention this as a client component, and then let's import the necessary things that they have recommended. So first is the syntax highlighter. So I'm just going to import this. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, fine. And then the styling, so I can just take this styling. Okay, I'm just going to copy these two lines, so that's exactly what we need. And also the theme, we don't want this dark, so I just want this cold, dark, cold. Okay, fine. And these are the errors because we just declared and we are not using it. So once we use this, that will be gone. Okay, fine. So the props for this, let's make this as generic. So ideally we wanted to highlight this based upon the language of our code that we are going to show. So I'm just going to define that as a props for this component that we'll be writing, which is the language name. So this is going to be string, and then the value of that, and then the file name. So these are the just pretty standard prop for this component. Okay, and now the programming languages. So we can just type the support for, like, let's say kind of mapping the extension. So let's just define this definition, like kind of like let's say language map. So I'm just going to map the language to particular extension. So this would be something like key, which is of type string, and which is going to be mapped to string, or let's say for to be on safer side, I'm just going to say undefined as well. Fine. So after this, so here I'm just going to export, let's have this programming languages defined. So since I'm just going to use the let's just, yeah, fine. And since we are just going to use the Python, so for now I'm just going to write only the Python. Okay, so here this Python, okay, and the extension is going to be .py. Fine. And now let's jump on to this component, so which I'm just going to name this as a code block. So here I'm just going to have the props added so that we don't receive any type issues. And let's just wrap inside this memo, and I'm just going to extract the properties from this prop. So let me just okay, so here we are still receive first thing is language, okay, and then the value and then the file name. So we are receiving this issue. Fine. Okay, so here right after this we need to have a way to download this as a file, or and also copy to clipboard, and also we need to wrap this showcase this text that is present in that file, and with proper syntax highlighting like we normally see in our editors, and also the copy button where user can copy, and also yeah, that's the thing mainly. And also let's just quickly give the display name for this. So that's the reason we are just receiving an error. I'm just going to have this code block, okay, and let's just export this code block. And also we did not import this fragment component, and that's the reason we are seeing this error as well. And here this memo, we do have the properties, and why are we still receiving that? Fine. And now here first thing I need a hook which kind of helps me to perform this copy to clipboard, where we use navigator API to just copy the content of particular section so that we can just paste it somewhere else. So for that I am just going to create a separate hook, so which I'm just going to create a new folder inside this library. So it's better that we segregate hooks, components, pages, related code like that. So I'm just going to create in here the new folder called hooks, and in here I'm just going to create a new file kind of which says something like, use copy to clipboard. That's exactly what we wanted to have the logic wrapped in. So in this as I mentioned, we are going to use the navigator API and then copy this content of particular section. So quickly I'm just going to write this component. So the props for this, it's going to be the timeout. So for how long we just wanted to showcase that it has been copied or something like that as an acknowledgement to the end user. So that will be the props for this component. So I'm just going to define the definition for that, something like use copy to clipboard props, so which makes real sense naming like this. Okay, and here this timeout, I'm just going to make this as optional. So by default I'm just going to give something like 2 seconds. Okay, so here this is the interface, and I'm just going to name this component as use copy to clipboard. Okay, so as I said, I'm just going to use this props, and we can just destructure this property. Okay, so if not provided, I'm just going to assign this default 2000 milliseconds. Okay, so here, and just to maintain this is copied or is not copied, we'll just use one state variable. So I'm just going to use the use state hook here. So is copied and set is copied. So we will use this use state hook. Okay, and initially I'm just going to set this to false, and it's better that we always strictly enforce the typing so that it doesn't see a lot of issues once we write a big code bases. And in here I'm just going to have the callback function kind of copy to clipboard, which receives the value as a string, and then that we are going to write into our navigator clipboard. Okay, so here this const copy to clipboard. So this is the function which will receive the text that we wanted to copy and then copy into navigator clipboard. So here, if this type of window is not defined, so I'm just going to return, or if there is no navigator dot clipboard write text, I'm just going to return from this function. Okay, and also if there is no any value to copy, so on that also I'm just going to return. Okay, and finally if everything is as expected, so I'm just going to write text the value that we are receiving, and then in the callback. Okay, so I'm just going to set this is copied to 2. Okay, and we'll have this set timeout. So after 2 seconds we are going to set this is copied to false back again. Okay, so the timeout I'm just going to specify here the timeout. Okay, so this is the hook. So finally what we'll do from this hook, what we will return is copied value and also the copy to clipboard function. So these are the two things that we can use from this hook. So now we have the hook which is going to help us to perform copy to clipboard. So let's just go back to this code block, and in here I'm just going to use this copy to clipboard hook, and then we will just destructure the functions, which is the is copied boolean variable, and also the function which is going to help us set the copy text into navigator clipboard. Okay, so here let's just, so there will not be much UI changes to see. So this is something just we are in a process of writing component, and then we will eventually see this. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this copy to clipboard, and let me just pass in the timeout as 2 seconds. Okay, and I'm just going to destructure is copied and then the copy to clipboard. Okay, fine. So here we will come back to this later, and let's focus on this div part. Okay, so here this is the main div. Okay, so I'll come back to this. So we need to style a few of the div components so that to make it look like we saw in the previous video. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to so for this, what I'm going to do, add in the code block. I mean, let's do some styling for this. So it's going to be a bit of a styling. Okay, so and also here the issue is the capital N, and let's just okay, let's first style it and then we will go for using of this component in our code host file. Okay, so first I just wanted to add in here this code block. Okay, fine. We need to define the custom styling, which I will define. Okay, for now I'm just leaving that. We need to define styling for this class in CSS file, which we will eventually. Okay, and make this first as relative and width to be full, and background I just want it to be white. Okay, and the font, let's just make this as a sans, and let's have some shadow or medium effect and rounded corners of LG. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm just going to have one more div where I'm just going to make this as flex, and width let's occupy full width, and items I'm just going to center them, and let's have the justification as between, and also the padding right of let's say 4, and background color I'm just going to apply in here some gray color, and rounded only at the top, so I'm just going to have this rounded top. So after this this is where we will show the if language is Python, the Python logo, and then the file name, and so okay, so that we will wrap this inside one more div. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this as the lowercase, and also background I just want it to be white, and height let's say full, and display to be flex, and I'm just going to center the items. And text size, let's just make this to be small on padding of 2 in all directions, and justify it's going to be just between, and I'll have this border at the top. And finally we will have some padding in the X direction, and also I just wanted okay, so let's just add padding as 3. So let me just minimize this part. Okay, fine. And if you want I can just minimize this as well. Fine. And gap of let's say 2.5. okay, and I'm just going to give the blue color to the top border, let's say some medium blue color, 500. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to have this the text, the file name, and then the icon for language. Okay, fine. And so here let's have this gap of 1. okay, and make this display to be flex. For now I'm just going to give only the file name. We'll come back to this logo part depending upon the language. Here we're only supporting Python, which we will show eventually. Okay, so fine. After this div I'm just going to add some space, and then some span, which just the background color distinction. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this rounded to be full. Okay, and let's add some background gray color of 700, and then height and width I'm just going to set it to 2, and some margin at the top, something, let's say I'm just going to set 0.15 rems. okay, fine. Okay, so this is the span. So if you just wanted to see at least these things, we can just go quickly to this code host, and I'm just going to import this component so that we'll see whatever changes that we're making immediately on the right side. Okay, so here inside this I'm just going to use this code block component. Okay, and the file name I'm just going to let's say something. For now I'm just going to say this as something like model app. We will eventually create this, and the language I'm just going to pass in here this Python. Okay, and value for now, let's just say I'm just going to let's say from model I'm just going to add only this piece, and let's just close this. We will add all of our code in this value later. Okay, but at least let's see this. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So now if you go here, it makes sense what is the divs that we added, and what was the styling and all. Okay, so here fine, and we'll continue completing this component. Okay, so right after this span I'm just going to add one more div where we will have two buttons, download a file and copy this. So here let me make this display to be flex and items to be centered and gap of 1. So in here I'm just going to add in two buttons. So on click we need to create the functions which perform some action. So for now let me just add an empty function. We will come back to this. So here I'm just going to add in this download icon, and let's just give height of let's say 15. Okay, and here yeah, you can see here we added this download. We'll come back to the styling and all later. Okay, so and for SR only thing I'm just going to add in here the text as download. Okay, same way like we added the download, so we need to okay I'll just maximize a bit. We need to still make a lot of changes for the styling. Okay, so after this the button to copy. Okay, so on click again here as well I'm just going to add an empty callback function. So here depending upon is copied value we are just going to change the icon. Okay, so if it is copied I'm just going to use this check icon, and height let's just set it to 15. If not we will have this copy icon, and same I'm just going to set this height as 15. Okay, and we need yeah, so this is the thing. Okay, fine, and so just below this I'm just going to add a span text again, so which is going to be copy code. Okay, so these are the two buttons. Okay, so yep, and after this what is the issue? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to add in the syntax highlighter. Okay, so there is something that I missed with the div. Let's just check this. Because I'm seeing this issue. Okay, fine. So post this, let's just minimize this. Yeah, the thing is this has to be in here. Okay, so that's the reason we were yeah, now at least this is towards the right. Okay, fine, and we'll come back to this. Yeah, so it's at least looking better. We'll come back to this styling so later. Okay, this is looking good. Fine. So now the other part is the, I'll just minimize this whole div. So this is where the actual code snippet of our application we will use, and now we will make use of the syntax highlighter. Okay, and here syntax highlighter and language, I'm just going to pass in the language props that we'll be receiving, and this style I'm just going to specify the import, and also this pre tag I'm just going to give here it as a div. Okay, and custom styling, so I'm just going to add some custom styling. So this has to be small case c. Okay, so I'm just going to add in margin 0. Okay, and let's add this width as 100%, and then background I'm just going to make this to be transparent. Okay, and finally this line height, so I can just change this to 1.2. okay, and after this the code tag props, which I will add it eventually. Okay, and here all we need to do is wrap this value that we will be passed on to this code block component. Okay, so ideally yeah, let's just go back to this code host component. Okay, so this is where we need to see the code related to, because we need to provide yeah, you can see here the from model import image, and that's the value as of now we just added here. Okay, so if I just go in here and give little more styling for our code tag props. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in the styling for this code tag props, and here I'm just going to just change this line height to be just inherit. Okay, and font size, let me just change this to 0.85 rems, and finally this font family I'm just going to change this to the font mono. Okay, yeah, so now we can see this changes reflecting, so it just needs to be it's just loading. So we can see, yeah, it has changed. Okay, so yeah, font size and the line head and font family. So this is how we just provide this code that has to be part of. So I'm just going to use that code, and eventually while we write that I'll explain everything about that. Okay, so this is the simple code component, and also now yeah, we need to write a functions which actually performs the responsibility of copying and then downloading. So for that what we need to do is we need to write two functions kind of, which helps me to copy, or like an on copy it ideally calls a pass passes the value to our copy to a clipboard function that we have exported as part of our hook. Okay, so this one I'm just going to write that function just somewhere in here. Okay, so first thing, let's just write this on copy callback function. So in here, if it is true, I'm not going to do anything, I'm just going to return. And here we will just pass on the value to this copy to clipboard function. Okay, so this one we need to call on click of this here instead of this empty callback. Okay, so all I'm going to do is call this onCopy function. Okay, so now it's just reflecting, so let's wait. Okay, so once this is done, so I'm just going to see here, so you can see it has changed it to checked. And yeah, now it will be like, you know, if I just copy this, and that's what it was copied into navigated clipboard. Okay, fine. So this is working same way. We need to write a function where it helps us to download as a file. For that, I'm just going to write a C the function on top of this. So download as a file. Okay, so in here, if this type of window is doing some checks if it is not defined, so and all, to avoid any errors. So if it is not defined, so we're just going to return from this window. We will not touch the logic that we'll be writing below. Okay, so first thing, we need to create a blob. So here, new blob object. So I'm just going to of whatever the value. Okay, and then this type is going to be this text slash plain. So now we have this blob object, and now we need to create an URL out of this blob object. So we need to create call the create object URL function, and then pass on this blob object. Finally, I'm just going to create this link element. So that is a document dot create element, which is of type the anchor element. Okay, and for this, let's just set the attributes link dot download. It's going to be this file name. Okay, and the URL, it's going to be the URL which we have just created out of this blob object. And the style, I'm just going to, so let's just set the display to be none, so that it won't not be visible. Okay, and I'm just going to append this to our body. So here, let's just append this link. Okay, and we are just going to perform this click event on this element. Okay, and finally post this, we are just going to remove this from our document body. Okay, so here, and then finally I'm just going to revoke this object URL. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help me download this value present in this code snippet. Okay, so all we have to do is now refer call this function on this click. So here, instead of this empty callback, so let me just download this as a file. Okay, fine. So this is the code block component, and we have already used this as part of the code host component. Okay, so now let's just try this out. So if I just click this, yeah, so you can see this is the file, and if I just open this, we will see the whatever the content was there as part of this file. Okay, I'll not show this, and this is just simple. Okay, So that is the code block component. So now just we are still seeing some issues here. What of this? Let's just see. Okay, I need to add this types so that we doesn't see the types issues. So let me just paste this. Okay, so I'm just going to yep. Okay, so now we don't see any issues. So that was the code block component, and I can just add the complete code. So just see how it's going to look. Okay, which I will actually go through, walk you through, while eventually, just after a while we will start building that part of the application. So for that, what I'm going to do is, let me just take a whole the code that actually we are going to write as part of our application, and then see that how it's going to look. So we need to pass on that value here. So I'm just going to copy that whole part of the code. So this is the code, and then let's just wait for us to see that on our home page. Yes, so this is the whole the code which is going to be as part of our application. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So this you can just move this to left part of the just arrange properly, and then you will see all of this coming towards the left part of our thing, which is the simplest thing that you can do. So yeah, so this is how the code block component is customly built. Okay, fine. Now at least what we saw in our previous video as part of our home page is ready, except this run locally. Okay, and also there needs to be further instructions just below this code snippet, which we will complete just after this code block. Yeah, so just beneath this, I'll have to create a div where we are going to provide a command, how do you deploy, and something like that. So just after this thing, I'm just going to create in here this div, and give input text here. So something like this, after authenticating, let's say with the model CLI. Okay, I'm just going to say something like, run this in your terminal. So okay, so let's just see that how it's going to look like. Okay, fine. And if you want, we can just style this. Okay, so I'm just going to make this as prose. Okay, and for this paragraph, I'm just going to set tracking as tight. Okay, and I'm just going to add some margin border. Okay, fine. Yes, so right below the speed tag, we will add this pre tag, and in this I'm just going to wrap inside this code block. Okay, so here I'm just going to indicate this is something like terminal. We'll just add this. Okay, and yeah, so and finally I'm just going to provide in here some command, that is the actual command where how to deploy on this model platform, and this is going to be the file that which I am going to create eventually. And here to just style this as a code block, so I'm just going to give in here this background gray color. Okay, let's just say 100. Okay, fine. And let's just make this text to be black color. Okay, and I'm just going to add some border gray color, let's say 300. Okay, and finally this border as 2. Okay, yeah. And for this pan as well, I'm just going to give some styling, something like, select none. Okay, and padding at the right. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's how we are going to deploy on Modal platform. Okay, so after this div, the things that we are going to add is, something like, now you can make request, and you need to via this URL and with the endpoint that it has provided, so on. So that helper text I'm just going to provide in here. Okay, so we can do one thing. I'm just going to take this whole div and just change the text. Okay, so here, and instead of this, after authenticating, I'm just going to change here something like, now you can make a request. Okay, and I'm just going to provide some helper text like, remember to fill in the missing info. So that is, we are just going to add in some placeholders for like an organization name and your the project name that you will be creating. Okay, so here, and finally, instead of this, I'm just going to give here curl so that you can test. So curl command, so I'm just going to put curl x in a post, and all you need to provide here is the audio file. Here, whatever we are writing in this this brackets, it is the placeholder for actual value. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so let me just add once again the file. Okay, and finally this URL. So here as well, this is how exactly the URL is going to be, except this is going to be your organization name or project name. Okay, and the name that we'll be giving as part of our model underscore app.py, I will tell you what is that. Okay, so here, so first, as I said at the beginning of this video, we will just complete this a few UI components, and then we'll move on to that core code of this application. Okay, so fine. So yep, so this is going to be the content of this next part. Okay, this is exceeding, 1 second, did I okay, this is exceeding the thing. So for this, what I can do is did I forget the styling? Okay, let's just remove this margin bottom. Yeah, we will change this exceeding length and all. We can just do that by restricting the maximum width and all. Okay, so that's minor part will come back. Okay, so fine. So that was the the content for this this first tab, deploy and model. Now we will quickly make changes to this run locally part. Okay, so here outside this thing, let's just add one more tabs. content. Okay, and here now the value, it's going to be the local for the second tab, and same thing, just the styling, I'm just going to give in here width as full. Okay, and text as start, and same thing, so I'm just going to give in here the so actually the thing is let me the problem is with the pros class. Okay, so for that what I can do is maximum width, we will just restrict it to something. Actually that I'm going to add. Okay, so this needs to be written, which I will eventually take care. So for now let's just use the same class. Okay, that's the reason it's exceeding. I mean that we will add the custom styling to this pros in our CSS file. And now here the first text is, it's going to be something like, run whisper version 3 or something like, and I'm just going to say like easily with so something, let me just change this. Yeah, and here I can just add the URL for that insanely fast whisper. Okay, so let me wrap that inside the link component. So I'm just going to link component, and href, we will add the URLs for this. Okay, and open this in the new page. Okay, and the styling, I'm just going to give here the color as in the text orange. Okay, so text orange, let's say 600. Okay, and the text of this, it's going to be insanely fast whisper. Okay, so we will see that reflecting here just next to the width. After this, I'm just going to add in the how do you install this insanely fast whisper package, and how do you use that, and those we'll add one more two more p tags and instructions, and then we will complete this. Okay, so just below this, I'm just going to write the text inside this p tag. So I'm just going to provide in here install this insanely fast whisper. Okay, and I'm just going to give this also via this pip x. After this, we will after this, I'm just going to add the command to install this, nothing but this pip x install the package name. Okay, so let's wrap this inside this pre tag. Okay, and the some styling, so I'm just going to give here this background gray color of 100, and text color, let's just make this as a black. Border color, let's just give this as a gray color. Okay, and this width of this is at 2. And finally, let's just wrap this inside this code block, and then inside this span tag. Okay, I'm just going to like we did in the above thing. Okay, so here just the indication that this is the terminal or something like that, and I'm just going to provide the command to install pip x install this insanely fast whisper. Okay, so this is the command to which they can install. Okay, so this is the thing, and after this I'm just going to have a text kind of like, how do you run an inference, with the flash attention version 2, and what it requires, some text like that. So hello text, so that they'll understand what it requires to run this locally. So here I'm just going to give the text as run inference with here the code. I'm just going to provide the text as flash attention version 2. Okay, and I'm just going to say this requires, okay, this again, yeah, this requires this for GPUs, okay, which is the A10G or A100 or H100, other things, powerful GPUs which NVIDIA provides. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to provide here with the few full requirements needed in order to run locally at this PI page. That's where the documentation related to this package is present. So we will just redirect the user to that section where he can get the more information he needed related to this library. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide the link to this library, and I'm just going to give the color of this link as blue color. Okay, and open this in the new page. Okay, and href. So again, I'm just reminding, for all the links we will provide the links at the end of our application, and here I'm just going to give the text of this as flash attention. Okay, so we will just see this text reflecting. Yeah, so this is the thing, and just clicking on this. Yeah, as of now we haven't provided anything, so even if you click, it's not going to redirect to anything. Okay, fine. So post that, and few more how do you now, as you after installing this package, how do you pass in this file name, and what are the params that we can set, those helper text that we are going to provide after this thing. Okay, so after this I'm just going to do one thing. I can just copy this pre tag, and just below this, okay, so I'm just going to just change the content. Okay, so instead of this pipx, I'm just going to add in here the content. Let's just wrap this inside this brackets and make this as a string. Okay, this is the actual keyword, insanely fast whisper, and then the param. Okay, providing the file name. Okay, so here this is going to be actual file name or remote URL, whatever it is. Okay, and enable this flash true. Okay, so you can just refer this this package detailed instructions are already provided, and this is happening because this styling needs to be done. So that's the reason which we will get that done eventually, so don't worry about this overflowing. Okay, so fine, and after this pre-tag, so the text is something. Assume now you don't have a GPU, so you can still run Whisper version 3 without flash attention. Okay, and that it's going to be using without this flash true. Okay, so I can do that. So here, and then post this, I can just copy this just below this. It's going to be the same, except that this parameter will not be provided. By default it will be the false value, and here I'm just going to say something like, if you okay, I'm just misspelled you. If you don't have an GPU, I'm just going to say like, you can still run Whisper version 3 without flash attention. Only thing, the difference is it's going to take more amount of time than what it takes with the flash attention version 2. Okay, so here, okay, so this is the thing. Don't worry about the space between both them and then exceeding them. That will be corrected with that. Okay, so this is the content of this run locally, and we are almost done with this code host except a few cosmetic UI changes. Okay, so this is the homepage content. Okay, and the thing now we'll have to now you can see. So if I just so if I just click on this, it's taking me to this section, which is the host section. Now we'll focus on this try it out page. We need there one more core component of taking a file upload from the user and then providing an option to play that audio, and then the visual wave representation of that audio to the user. So once we complete that core audio component, we were having an option of sending it to our model, correct? That's where we will jump on to that section of our application where we will focus on developing the actual code related to this model, and then deploy and then consume that service into our application. Okay, so let's create the try it page. Okay, so what we are going to do is I'm just going to create in here this new folder called try it. Okay, and in this I am going to create page.tsx. okay, so okay, so in here we need to yeah, for now I'm just going to create a simple component. So let's make this as a client component. Okay, so here export default function, this is going to be just the try it. Okay, so in here I'm just going to wrap everything inside one div. Later we'll eventually make all the changes related to this page. Okay, so in here let me just say try page. Okay, so we already added the link to this try it. So now if I just click on this try it, it should take us to the try it page. Okay, and this is common to our all layout, and this is the content of this try it page. Now we will make changes. So first was upload an mp3 file text that we were showcasing. Okay, so fine, so that I'm just going to wrap this inside this section like we did. So here I'm just going to give the position of the text as center and a padding of y 28 in the y direction. Max width I'm just going to restrict it to 3 times extra large, and make this as a flex, and direction to be column, gap of 3. Okay, and let's just center this items. Finally I'm just going to give the full width for this thing. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to wrap this text inside this div so that I can just make this bigger text size, and also its tracking title like we did for the homepage title and all, and font type to be semi bold. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the text as upload an mp3 file. So now we should be able to, yeah, so this is the text. Okay, and yeah, so here the option for the user to upload a file, if he has uploaded, we need to show the waveform and the submit send it button and all those things. Okay, so we need to okay, fine. So first what I'm going to do here, the div to take file as the input from the user. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to maintain one local state variable to store the content of the file that user is uploading. So I'm just going to define one variable called file using this use state hook, and this is going to be of type file. Okay, or it can be undefined. So initially this is going to be empty. Okay, and also the I want an input ref to the file, so that I can just set the, modify the value in that input ref. Okay, so let's just make use of this use ref hook. Okay, so here, because as soon as the user mounts onto this component or comes to this page, I want that to be empty value. Okay, that's the reason. So here let's just use this use ref hook, and this is going to be of type input element. Okay, and initially I'm just going to set this to null, and as I said, we wanted to set this to empty value on mounting, so ideally we do that kind of handling in the use effect hook. So I'm just going to wrap that part inside this use effect hook. So here, if this file input ref dot current is having some value, so we are going to set the value to the empty string. Okay, so this is going to be not just on mountings, on changing of the content present in this file. Okay, yeah, fine. So here inside this div, what I'm going to do, if there is no file, okay, that is where I'm going to show this div. So I'll come back to the styling div. So here, to avoid this error, for now I'm just going to have this empty fragment. So first thing is, inside this div, I'm just going to have this upload icon from this Lucid React of size let's say 20, and let me just close this, and the text, it's going to be select a file. So we should be seeing this on the screen. So let's wait for it to load. Yeah, so this is the selected file. So we need to style this now. So first thing, I want this to have some margin in the y direction. Okay, yep, there's some space, and make this to be flex and a gap of 2. Okay, and so that they will lie next to each other. I want these items to be center, and padding of x 2.5 in the x direction, and in the y direction just 1 lesser than in the x direction. And let's just have this rounded corners. Okay, and I want this border and border to be dashed. Okay, so, and let's give some border color. So I'm just going to give the border color gray color. So let's say 300. Okay, and text color as well, I'm just going to give this as 600, and background color, let's give this gray color, and finally the opacity, I'm just going to set the opacity to 40. So this is going to be styling. Yeah, so can see for selecting file. Okay, and that's for if there is no file. If there is a file, I'm just going to copy the same, except that instead of upload icon, I'm just going to provide a file icon, and also the text it's going to be, instead of select a file, change a file. Okay, that's going to be the difference if there is a file and if there is no file. So here I can just import this file thing, and here I'm just going to change the text to change file. Okay, yep. And here so we need to add a on click functionality, so that we set the content of the file once clicks here. So this one I'm just going to we will do that. Okay, so fine. So after this, the input, that's where we will attach the reference of our file input ref, and on change we are going to update the contents of the file to whatever we are receiving from the users upload. Okay, so here this input, I'm just going to attach in here this file input ref and type to be file, and we are going to accept only the audio files of type mp3. Okay, and style I'm just going to show none, so display to be none. Okay, and finally this on change, so here whatever the value we get, we are going to set it to file variable. Okay, so here whatever I'm just going to get that, I'm just going to set it to file variable. So the issue is I need to close this thing. Okay, so this is how we take file as an input from the user, and and then now what I need to do is, even on click, I need to set the reference of this file input ref. So I can just do like this. So on click file input ref dot current, and I'm just going to call this click function. Okay, and also let's just for better experience, I'm just going to change the cursor to the pointer so that it looks like a mouse hovering. Okay, and justify, let's just center this. So this is the styling for this view. Okay, and we will come back to this when we have the file. So what are we supposed to show when we received file from the user? That's where we need to show the waveform and the button to play it, and then the button to send it to server and all those things. Okay, so that part we will come back. So just after this we also need to show the stats kind of on which GPU we are running on all those things. Okay, so that part in order to separate that, so I'll create that stats later, and also that endpoints needs to be created. So before even that, I wanted to first complete the part when we have a file received from the user. So we need to create a component where we will provide an option to play the song or play the audio that user is providing. So for that we will create a new component, kind of, I'm just going to name this as a waveform or something like that, because we are showing kind of wave representation of the audio that user is uploading, and then option to play it. Okay, so I'll just create a new component inside this components folder. So let's just name this as waveform dot tsx, And here also what I'm going to do is, to show this wave surfer and all those things, I'll just go ahead and use this wave surfer or .js library. So I can just show you that. Yeah, so this is what I will be using. So basically so it's going to provide us the better audio file visualization. Okay, so you will just see that in action once I use this. Okay, so I'm just going to install this dependency. Okay, so let me just install this. So it is installed. Now we will just try to create a waveform component, and the props that we will be passing on to this component, and now we are going to use the waveform surfer component from this component. So just like I showed here, so we will just make use of that. So I'm just going to create quickly the waveform component, and also to know more about this how to use this and what methods are available, and you can just refer to the docs. It's properly documented, and you can just see how you can use this and all, what methods are available and all those things here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and the props that will be passing on to this component is going to be the file that user is going to upload. Okay, so quickly let's just define the type for that. So this is going to be of type file, and I'm just going to create in here this component waveform, and here I'm just going to destructure this file from this props definition, and here I will have two reference variables, one to maintain the waveform and one to maintain the status of the track, that is the duration, the size, and the name of it. And for that also, what I'm going to do, it's better if you just define the definition for that, something like track metadata. So this will have this duration of type number, okay, and name, which is going to be of type string, and then the size, which is going to be of type number. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to create two reference variables, one for waveform and another for the track. So here let's this is going to be of type this HTML div element or null. So initially I'm just going to set the value to null, and another for this track. So this is going to be of type this wave surfer, so which I'm just going to import from this wave surfer, or it's going to be of type this null. So I'm just going to set this also to null initially. Okay, and the variable which is going to store the metadata, that is the duration, name, and size, use state variable, and then the current time, and what is the way to update this current time, that is also one use state variable, and the button to play or not play. So I'm just going to quickly create those values. First for the metadata, so let's me just quickly set this metadata. So this is going to be of type this above the track metadata, which I've just defined, and in here this duration, let's set it to 0, and the name also to empty string, and also this size also to 0 initially. So these are going to be the default values of the metadata, and then the variable to keep track of this current time, and the callback function to update this current time. So here this is going to be 0. Okay, and then the variable to play or not play. Okay, so here this is going to be false initially. Okay, and also Yeah, and now let's just focus on this div parts, and later we will think about the core logic handling. Okay, so in here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div and make this as to be flex, and let's just give here this justify center, and height I'm just going to give this as a 48. Okay, so let's just add this usage in our tried page, so that whatever changes that we are making, we can see that in our tried page. Okay, so I'm just going to export this waveform, so I can just follow one convention. Okay, so this one we are going to use this inside this tried page. So what I can do is let's just go in here, so just below this div, if there is a file that user has uploaded, that is when we will be rendering this div part. Okay, so here the styling for this, I'm just going to make this display to be flex and direction to be column. Items, let's just center. Okay, and the width I'm just going to have a gap of 2. Okay, so let me just close this div. So inside this div I'm just going to wrap this waveform in h1 tag. Okay, so here I'm just going to give some padding at the top, and the font type to be semi bold, and then width I'm just going to give full. Okay, so here this waveform component, and what we are going to pass is the file. Okay, so this is the thing for now, so we'll come back to this later. Now the usage of this is added into this page. Now let's go back to this waveform component. Okay, so this is where now we will continue this component completion, and yeah, so first thing of inside this div, so if this is mounted, we will only show, if not we will hide this thing. So for that also it's better if we maintain one state variable. So I'm just going to add one local state variable, like just to know whether this is mounted or not mounted. Okay, so here I can just say mounted and set mounted. So this is going to be initially false. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to show the loader if it's not mounted. Okay, and loader. Okay, fine. And if it's mounted, we will show the actual metadata, file name, and then the option to play, stop, and those things. Okay, so quickly what I'm going to do is, so let me open one more div here, and the styling for this I'm just going to utilize this helper. Okay, so in this I'm just going to add the stylings for this div. So height I'm just going to restrict it to 36, and the background let's just add a gray color. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the display as a flex, and items to be centered, and justify I'm just going to center them, and width I'm just going to set it to full, and this rounded I'm just going to make this large corners. Okay, and here as I said, based upon this value available in this mounted, so if it's not mounted, okay, I'm just going to show this display as a block, if not hidden. Okay, fine. And so here in this we will show this loader icon. Okay, so here I can just apply this animate spin, so that it will be spinning, and then the item center, okay, and margin auto in all directions. And here I will just use this loader to icon from this Lucid React, and opacity I'm just going to set it to 0.5, and size I am just setting it to 30. Okay, so these are very simple showcasing loader for better user acknowledgement and all those things. Okay, fine. So after this the code div, so basically if it's a mounted, that's where we'll show all the details related to the file and the waveform component and all. Okay, so here this also I'm just going to style using this CLSX, okay, and make this display as a flex, okay, column and width of full and a gap of 2. Okay, text I'm just going to make this as a gray color. Okay, and I'm just going to add this mounted. If it's a mounted, we are going to show it. If not, I'm just going to hide it. Fine. And inside this, first we'll show the metadata inside the div, the file name, and then the size of it in kbs. Okay, so here what I can do is okay, we'll just complete this and then we'll see that in the UI part. Okay, so in here I'll just wrap two things of the file name in this div, okay, and the size in this div. Okay, so what I will do is this is going to be this metadata dot size, okay, and I'm just going to divide by this 1000 and round off to this 2 decimals, okay, and then the units, okay. Okay, so this is the thing, the styling part I will come back. Okay, so after this div, the actual reference to our waveform, that's where the component will sit. Okay, so here I'm just going to give here width full, okay, and reference I'm just going to attach this waveform above which we define, okay, and id I'm just going to provide him here this as a waveform. So you can just refer to this documentation for those for more information if you really want to dig into how this is done. Okay, I'm not going to go into those details. Okay, so here after this, then the div where we will actually show the current time and also the buttons to play or to pass, okay, and those things. Okay, so just below this I'm just going to add in this div, and inside this I'm just going to add one more div, so where I can just show this current time to and round off to 2 decimals. Okay, and this is going to be seconds, so I'm just going to give here this seconds. Okay, fine. So after this div, the buttons to just play or pass, okay, and then the finally the duration, metadata duration and seconds. Okay, so here I'm just going to on click of this, we are going to first update this track reference, that is track dot if there is a thing, so I'm just going to call this play pass. Okay, and I'm just going to update this play variable, so set play, I'm just going to toggle whatever value was present in that play variable, so that accordingly we can show the respective icon on the user screen. So if the play is true, okay, that's where we will show the pass icon. So I'm just going to import this from the Lucid React, and we will fill with the black color, and size I'm just going to set it to 15. So this is how we dynamically set the icons based upon the state of the play variable. Okay, if not, I'm just going to use this play icon from Lucid React and fill with a black color, same like we did for the above icon. Okay, so this is the thing, and this is the how we control playing and pausing of the audio track. And finally, this the metadata duration. So I'm just going to add in here this tabular nums and width. I'm just going to set it to 2/5. Okay, and text I'm just going to align towards right. Okay, and here the value that we have in this metadata dot duration, I'm just going to round off to 2 decimals in seconds. Okay, so we need to do a lot of things and styling on those things. Okay, so what happens is, so basically so if we just we are not doing anything now. So even if I do, because we need to handle a lot of logic, so if I'm just uploading this, you can just see this is loading. So that means here this div is coming into picture. It's not mounted, and that's where we are showcasing this block, and then that's where loader 2 is happening. So here, once we are passing this file and all those things, we need to handle, we need to set the reference to our waveform and also the track and everything, and that's where so we need to handle those logic and use effect hook based upon the file change that we're receiving. Okay, so I'm just refreshing this so that it doesn't see this loader anymore. Okay, so here we will handle that core logic and everything here. So it's going to be a little elaboratory, and it's very important, so you stay pay attention to this. Okay, so first it is this use I'm just going to wrap this inside this use effect, and if this waveform dot current is not null, okay, that's when I'm just going to set the value to this track current. So that will be this wave surfer, and I'm just going to use create function available on this. You can refer to docs. Okay, so and here we need to set the value. So container, it's going to be waveform dot current, and then the color for that wave color. So here I'm just going to give the green color. Okay, so that is something like 74 and 122 or 222 and 128, the green color. Okay, and this progress color, you can just give something like I'm just going to give gray color. Okay, so F3, F4, F6. Okay, and then the URL. So this is, we are going to create this object URL out of the file that we receive as the props for this component, and the bar gap. So these are all the properties available in the documentation of this waveform. You can just refer what and all you can customize and how and all you can do that. Okay, so bar width and also the bar radius of this. Okay, and the cursor color. So here I'm just going to give this dark and gray color. Okay, so fine, and then the cursor width, and here also I'm just going to give that. So this is what we'll be setting to track.current. So here, and then track dot current on the callback function here on ready. So here in the callback function, we are going to set the mounted to true. Okay, and I'm just going to set this metadata. So this is where the file name, duration, and all we can set into the variable that we are maintaining as a local state variable. Okay, so metadata dot duration. So I'm just going to get this from this get duration function. Okay, so or it's going to be 0, and this metadata dot name is going to be nothing but this file dot name. Okay, and metadata dot size, it's going to be this file dot size. Okay, and finally we are going to return this metadata. Okay, so that's the thing already, and here on after this, so try dot current on will be listening on to this finish. So if it is thing, so what we are going to do is I'm just going to set the play to false. Okay, and finally in the cleaner function what we are going to do is I'm just going to, if this track dot current is not null, I'm just going to call this destroy function on this reference. Okay, and we are just going to set back this mounted to false. So this is what we will be doing on the file change that will be receiving as part of our props. So that's one thing. And now so if the user is manipulating the track, so accordingly, I mean is interacting with the track, so that's where we need to set the current time based upon the track reference. Okay, so that also we are going to handle that inside this use effect. Okay, so here if the track dot current is not null, I'll be listening on to this interaction callback function. So this is the interaction. Okay, so in here I'm just going to update this current time variable using this callback function. Okay, drag dot current, and we are going to get this current time. If not, I'm just going to send this to 0. Okay, so this needs to be called only if track dot current is not null or is it changing. So it's going to depend on this. Okay, so fine, and on mounting, so basically on mounting of this component, I'm just going to set the current time at an interval of 100 milliseconds or something like that. So what does this mean is, if user is playing the song, we need to keep updating the current time based upon the song duration that it is approaching to, correct? So that is this we need to update as well. So here I'm just going to have this interval id. So we'll just wrap this inside this insert interval, and in here, if this track dot current is not null, and then this track dot current is playing, okay, that's when we are going to set this current time. So that is track dot current dot the get current time. Okay, so I'm just going to call this function which is going to give me the current time, and here at an interval of this 100 milliseconds. Okay, and we're just going to destroy on cleanup of this unmounting. Okay, so here this clear interval, and I'm just going to pass on this interval id, and this is going to start on mounting of this component and will be destroyed on mounting of this component. Okay, so this is the core logic, and now hopefully we need to do some styling and all, which I will do it. So let's just check this now, at least if this is working. I mean if you're able to play on pause and all those things. Okay, so if I just click this and select something, so let me just select any one of the song. Okay, so here, yeah, now you see this is what I was talking. So as soon as this component received file, the first use effect that we this is going to run at the same time, this is going to run only if this is playing true. Okay, so now if I just click on this, so it's playing and also the duration is changing, and that's how this audio change and everything is happening. Okay, so you can see now there's clearly now the waveform and the change of the duration and the reflection based upon the use effect logic that we have written is working fine. And now there is an overlap between the change file, the icons and everything that we are showcasing. So we will work on that styling now. So first here for our this file name and all, what I'm going to do is, first thing, for this main div, let me make this one as a flex, and I'm just going to make a justification as a between, and the font type I want it to be mono. Okay, and the tracking, let me just make this to be tight. Okay, and the text I'm just going to size, changing it to small, and opacity, let's set this to 70. Okay, and width I'm just going to set it to full, and a gap of, let's say, 24. And yeah, so that's going to be the styling for this main div. Okay, and you can see at least yeah, now at least some change. Okay, so now for the file name, so this is the file name and this is the size. This we will just change a bit. So here I'm just going to make this text to be I mean, to show the ellipsis if it's exceeding. So, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, and also with let me just apply fit and white space no wrap. Okay, so now this is not it's going to be in a single line. Okay, this is how it's exceeding. We are just going to show the system. Okay, so if I just change this I mean this whole component page styling and all, we'll do it, but we are focusing as of now for this component alone. Okay, we'll go back to that later. Okay, so same thing now for this size. Okay, so what I will do is for this also white space, I'm just going to apply this wrap. Okay, and width I'm just going to set it to fit. So that's going to be the yeah, that's going to be the styling for this the file name and then the size of this file name. Okay, now coming to this fixed this current time. So for this div, let's also make this one also to be flex. Okay, and I'm just going to set this also justify between. Okay, and see whatever the font type to be mono, and tracking I'm just going to set it to tight. Okay, and text size, let's make it small. Okay, text opacity, so whatever we set to the about thing, I'm just setting same, and items center. Okay, so yeah, this here, this 37 seconds. So if I just play this, so this is changing, and yeah, there's overlap which I will take care. Okay, okay, fine, and yeah, that's the styling for the current time, and this buttons. Okay, and for this yeah, mm, okay, so this is the waveform component. Okay, and also if there are any changes left in this component, we'll come back, but this is what we can think of for now. Okay, so now going back to this the right page. Okay, so here we need to do some styling, so because you can see that yeah, we will correct that. So in here now, okay, we have this, and also, so first thing what I'm going to do, I'm going to style this thing because it's exceeding. So I'm just going to make this as container and make this as a flex, and width as full, and direction I'm just going to make this column, and items I'm just want it to be centered. Okay, and let's have a gap of 12. Okay, so now it should change a bit. Okay, so okay, at least it's looking good enough if you're exceeding this. Okay, yeah, the file name, size, the current duration and total duration, the button to play pass. Okay, and this is change file, and also this I need to change. Okay, where is this? Okay, fine. So why is this 10? Okay, why is this tell? Okay, there is some issue here. I'll check this. And now, okay, that was the thing to upload and play this. Okay, we need to first check on the submit part, which we will do it once we once we complete this model building, I mean hosting on model. Okay, so for that I'll do one thing. So just as part of this application only, but not related to this, I'm going to create in here this new folder, okay, called model. And let's first focus on writing a code related to this this model app. Okay, so in here, this is going to be the core class related to the Whisper version 3. Okay, so first I wanted to write about that, and this is where we'll be referring from to use what is needed, these things and all. So for that, even and also to know the jargon of model, so these are the things. So you can just go for the guide and all, and how does it work, and what is the basic, how to get started, like, hello world, what are the app, and how do you refer and all. I'll not go much into the details. It's already very in detailed explanation in this documentation. Okay, so in this model app, so first thing we need to create the environment, like separate environment where you will get a support and all. So for example, if I just yeah, so import this image. Okay, so the thing is you need this thing from this model. So image is to create a container image on top of base images and with additional dependencies on the things that we want. Okay, and the other things as needed I'm just going to import. Okay, and also this, so if you wanted to test, what I'm going to say is create the new so here I'm just referring to this thing. So what you can do is create a new virtual environment and using the requirements.txt, okay, and then try to run this Python file in that environment so that you will receive auto suggestions from the editor that you are editing in. At the same time, you don't see any issues from the interpreter complaining on your editor. Okay, so what I can do for now is I'm just going to use this thing, okay, and you can just install the in this environment. I'm just going to install whatever we need. So first is the model, okay, and then the FastAPI, okay. So these are the two things that are needed, okay. So again, I'm cautioning you that create a separate virtual environment and install this, and then add that as an interpreter, and then run this in your respective editor, okay. So once this installed, we can just go ahead, okay. So first thing is we need to download the OpenAI Whisper large version 3 model from Hugging Face Hub, okay. So you can just go in here to the Hugging Face, okay, and you need to just search for the models, okay. So what I will say is, search for OpenAI and Whisper large 3, and this is where they would have provided detailed instructions, how do you download this, okay. So this you can do it by again installing Hugging Face Hub pip module, and then using the snapshot download function, and then referring to this name and to which directory that you wanted to, okay. So since I'm not going to run this locally because I have already tested it and it's working fine, I will not run locally. I will directly deploy it and run on the model platform, okay. So if you want to run it locally, there are clear instructions again on this model, how do you run locally and all. You can just search for it and check the documentation references, you'll find that, okay. So here, okay, so now the model directly, so the place that we wanted to store the downloaded models in our cloud sorry, the model platform. So this is the place, like, you need to provide a particular section folder, that's where the downloaded models will be stored in, okay, like the files folders that we'll be creating on our PCs or laptop and all, okay. And so the function, I'm just going to create one function which is going to help me download this model. So here I'm just going to call here from Hugging Face import the snapshot. So this is going to complain because I have not installed this as part of this environment. You can just install that if you doesn't want this warning from this editor, okay. So I'm just referring to the name here, OpenAI Whisper large version 3, okay, and the local directory that we wanted to pass is this model directory, okay. So this is the function which is going to help me download this model, okay. And now we need to prepare the image that we will be deploying this whole code as part of our model platform, okay. So this is where I'm going to use this image class from this module, okay. So here this image dot from registry. So ideally I recommend you referring to the Python editor when you're writing code related to Python, because that has better recommendations and better way of dealing with Python code bases and all, but it's again fine. And now here the base image that we will be referring is this where is this, yep. So I'll use this NVIDIA CUDA, okay, and we will use this Ubuntu 2020 Ubuntu 20. Okay, or we can go for 22. So I'll just use this base image. Okay, so you can just copy this as the base image that will be creating this code on top on. Okay, and if you want the specific Python version to be part of this image as a base version, you need to specify explicitly this needs to be the version. If you are not provided, by default the latest version will be part of your image. Okay, fine. So after this, so if you want any installations that you want as part of this, so the git and also the ffm peg module to be part of your server. So this is how we will specify to install this things. Okay, and here to application specific, if you wanted to install particular packages in order for our code to work. Okay, so here we need this transformers. Okay, so this information you can get it from again here from this so you can see what is needed and all those things. Okay, transformers and everything, like packaging. I'm just installing this these things. That's how you can just discover what is needed. Okay, and torch. Okay, and then the hf transfer. So I'm just going to, so if you want to be specific of you want only the specific version, this is how you can mention. Okay, and finally this ffm python. Okay, yeah, and so this is the run command. So if you wanted to specify what command to run, this is how we specify. So this is again properly provided on here. So if I just show you this image, okay, I can just yeah. So this is where the instructions, okay, what we can do, what yeah, the which image install and those things, so functions, everything. So the like definition of it, everything is properly documented here. You can just spend some time, get used to it, and understand better. Okay, fine. And now here the command that I wanted to run is python, and first let me install this flash attention. So this no build, this is referred from here. So basically what command to run. Okay, so I can just yeah, so this one, this is what we wanted to run. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm specifying for me it to run. And we can specify the GPU as well. So I'm just going to specify in here the GPU as 810G. Okay, and if you wanted to set any environment variables, and this is how you can just pass it. So here hf hub. Okay, and enable hf transfer. So this is again present here in this where is this, it's present in this, just refer here. Okay, so fine. And finally any function to run. So what we want is to run the download I mean this run function. Here I want this download model to run. Okay, which is going to install model weights of this whisper large version 3. Okay, so this is how the image with particular dependencies that we want to be installed, and also the packages that we want as part of our Python environment, and what command to run in order to trigger our use case, and then what function of model weights and all. So this is how we specify, and this is how we create a our specific image on top of our base images. Okay, so fine, so that's the definition of the image. And now we need to create a stub. Okay, so that's the that's how we so this is the stub. Okay, so that's where we specify the name of our uh, project or the or whatever we are deploying. Okay, so and here this is where we specify the image. Okay, and we need to set this net file system, and here so we need to have a good understanding on containerization of code bases and how this the container technology works and all. Okay, so this is we are going to attach this network file system and create this new. Okay, so this we need to import as part of our this model package. Okay, so here I'm just going to install this. Okay, so this is the network file system. Okay, so now we have this stub. Okay, and also we have attached this network file system. Now we want a class to be part of this stub. Okay, so the stub again, so if you wanted to know what is stub, so you can just and they are constantly updating their libraries and models and deprecating few things and all. So here it's clearly mentioned what is the stubs, apps and entry points mean. So you can just every object in model is attached to an app. Okay, kind of here they have migrated to app. It's also this stub. Okay, so here you can see the stub is now app. Okay, so what does those means? Like the function secrets and everything, it's clearly explained here. We can just refer to this. Okay, so now I want a one class to be part of this stub. Okay, so there are two ways you can either map functions or a class. So here we will map a class for this. Okay, and for that I'm just going to create in here class called whisper version 3. Okay, and here this enter. Okay, so basically this is where in case if you want something to be imported or too specific to this function or class rather than as part of whole code, this is how in enter function you can just specify this. So this is where we will specify this these things, import these things. Okay, so I can just copy these things. Okay, so here so I'm just specifying this from transformers import torch. Okay, and I'm just going to set this self dot device. So don't worry about showing this warnings and all. Okay, that's because of the interpreter. There is an issue. Either I'll have to reload this or you can just switch to PyCharm for this alone. Okay, so here if torch.cuda is available, so I'm just taking this same thing. Okay, so I'm not doing anything. I can just take this. Okay, so the device and then the this thing also I can just take this. Self dot okay, fine. And now the model So here I'm just going to use this for speech sequence to sequence dot this function from pre-train. Okay, from pre-trained, and then we are going to specify this model directory. Okay, and then the torch d type. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly pass on these values. Okay, and here this use safe tensors. This is going to be, I'm just going to set this to boolean true. Okay, and here use flash attention to, I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, so here, okay, so these are the values I'm just passing on, and after this the processor, so the same thing here. Okay, I can just auto processor dot from pre-trained, and I'm just going to pass on this model directory. Okay, and finally we are just going to put this model to this device. Okay, and I'm just going to have this thing. Okay, so uh, automatic speech recognition. Okay, and then the tokenizer and model, I'm just going to pass that, so you can just copy these things. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so model, the tokenizer, okay, and the feature extractor, the max new tokens. Okay, and then chunk length and all those things we can just pass in here. So I'm just going to pass those values quickly. Chunk length, I'm just going to pass on 30 as a value, and a batch size 24. Okay, and then do you want the option to return timestamps? Okay, yes, so this I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, and touch d type, I'm just going to pass on this touch d type value and this model arguments. So here I'm just going to specify use flash attention to true. Okay, fine, and device I'm just going to set. So this is the pipe. Okay, now we have this, and now in the method, so, and you want the method to be callable from the model, so you need to annotate that with the method. So again, that needs to be imported. So here, okay, so again you can just check what is method and all, so you can just check this one. So that's when you can just call this, so the usage and all. Okay, so I'm just going to annotate here method to this generate function. Okay, so here this is going to take the audio bytes as the input. Okay, and I'm just going to create in here, and also we need to import this temp file. Okay, so I'm just going to name temporary directory. Okay, and delete, I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, and suffix mp3. So here I'm just going to write the audio to this file, okay, and I'm just going to close this file, and the start time is going to be this. I'm just going to use this type module, so I can just import this time as well. Okay, so let's just get the starting time, okay, and output. So output, I'm just going to call this self.pipe, okay, and pass on this file name, and the chunk length I'm just going to specify here the 30, okay, and batch size. Already these default values are provided, but in case it's if you wanted to provide, you can just provide, okay, and return timestamps to true. Okay, fine. So this is going to give us you the output, and finally you can just calculate the elapsed time. So elapsed time is going to be nothing but this time minus this start, okay, and just you can return this output and elapsed as part of this function. Okay, so now you have this class ready. So what you need to do is, to call this as a service, you need to first import this ASG server app, okay, and from FastAPI you just import this FastAPI, okay, and then the request. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. So now need to create endpoints. Okay, so for us to create an endpoint, you need to call this annotate this with stub.function, and also to expose this as a you need to create a web app again. So web app will be nothing but instance of a FastAPI. So I'm just going to create this here, FastAPI instances. Okay, so now you can just normally how do we create an endpoint in a FastAPI? Okay, so web app dot post. Okay, so here you can just define one asynchronous function, kind of, which says like transcribe. Okay, so here this is going to receive the request as the input, okay, and you will just get that in the form as the input. So you can just get the content present in the form, and you can just read the audio that you received from the form. So using this form of audio dot read. Okay, so once you get that, you need to pass this to the above generate function. Here not whisper version 3, and this is how you can just refer to run this on a remote. You need to call this like this, pass on this audio as input, and finally return here this output and this elapsed. Okay, and just to start this, okay, so you need to again add an entry point. Okay, so here this ASG app, okay, and you need to just return in here the starting point of our FastAPI. Okay, so this is all present in this example. So if you want, you can just refer to one example. Let's say you wanted to using thing, okay, how it is done and everything. You can just refer to the examples, clearly the code overview and everything, how you can do it properly documented. So if you really want to know more about, just feel free to comment in the comment section. I'll just make a separate video on how to the basics of this model platform. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, so what we need to do is so we need to first deploy this to the model platform, and then consume this as part of our application. Okay, so if so once we deploy that so if we want so let's say to be very specific for the endpoint that we wanted to call, we can just change this to something like transcribe and like this. Okay, and also and like you like if you are used to FastAPI and all, so if you wanted to restrict certain uh, origins and all, you can just add middlewares like this. Okay, so you can just import from this from FastAPI middleware dot cause import course middleware. Okay, fine, and then you can just pass on this course middleware. Okay, and other properties like allow origins and other things like allow credentials and everything. So this is going to be the boolean. Okay, and here you can just say the allow methods. For now all methods are allowed, so I'm just allowing everything. So if you wanted to restrict, you can just specify in this way. That's the intention of showing this. Okay, so now you have this, and you have this download model function, image, and everything, the class that you want. Okay, and also we just change this endpoint to this transcribe. Okay, and it's not so we can just so if you want not to be called in that way, so what you can do is receive this, read this, and we can just use here the function lookup from the model itself. So here this function. So, and also I'm just going to import this. For example, let's say what I can just give you the gist of this. Let's say you have multiple projects and you deployed, and you wanted to use that function as part of your this function lookup will help you find that function and use that inside this. That's very flexible, correct? So that's how we can use that. Okay, so now we can do one thing. So after we read this, let's say this is of something, I'm just changing the name. If it's a file, okay, you can do it this way as well. So here you can just use this function module. Okay, and use this lookup method, and check for this whisper version 3 that you are giving while creating a stub. So that is this one, so you need to check with this name. Okay, so I'm just going to give this. So, and in this specifically you can just check for this method. So if you annotate this method, you will be able to access it from outside the multiple projects or multiple functions like I just mentioned. Okay, so here whisper version 3 okay dot generate. So from this class you can access this method. Okay, so and for this, and if you want to call that function here, this is how you are going to spawn, and the param that you are supposed to pass for that. So here this is going to be the I'm just going to change here to file content. Okay, so now you will be able to call, and this is going to give you the object ID with which you can just keep polling to get the result eventually. Okay, so that is the thing. And also so this is how we can just call, and I'm just going to create another endpoint called stats, which is going to give me the current stats of our instances and those things. Okay, so that we can just create an endpoint called stats. Okay, and I'm just going to pass here this request, and here we can just look up for the function whisper v3 demo at project, and here this function method. Okay, and then I just wanted the stats. Okay, so you can just call this get current stats. Okay, fine. And now you wanted to get the status of the final result of this. This is where we create one more endpoint. Okay, you using that ID, we can just keep polling for the result. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like call ID. Okay, and here let's say get completion, and I'm just going to pass in here this request, and we will just get this form from the request body, and I'll just get this call ID from this form using this call ID. Okay, and here using these functions, and function call dot from ID, and I'm just going to pass in this call ID, and this is going to give me the result. So here if I just call the get on this thing, and I'm just going to specify here the timeout 0. Okay, and here if the timeout error, I'm just going to specify here this again this responses you need to import from FastAPI. So okay, so in here I'm just going to call this JSON response, and specify here this content, and status code I'm just going to send as 202. Okay, else I'm just going to return this result. Okay, so these are the and also if you want allowing the concurrent inputs, okay, multiple calls at the same time, so you can just specify in this way how many you wanted to restrict, or how many you wanted to. Okay, so this is the overall function that is needed for us to deploy this OpenAI's Whisper version 3 and consume that as a service. Okay, so if you just see this, only thing is it takes some time to understand how do you deploy it as part of a class or a function, and a method that you can use, and how this long running object ID we can keep polling to get the result, and what is the jargon ABC of this model platform. So if you just spend some time and go through their guide, okay, so that's where they have clearly specified, how does it work, what are the jargon that you need to get used to use this and all everything. So this will be part of this documentation. You can refer that. And now what we can do is, so we can just deploy. So I'm just going to, here all we need to do is call this function. So the instructions that we provided as part of our this component, the main component here, the code host for model, all we provided was this. So instead of this, yeah, you need to be in that folder. So I'm just going to go to this folder and then just deploy this model app.py. Okay, so this is going to deploy this this thing. Yeah, it's creating into a file system, it's deploying and all. So for the first time, if you're doing, you need to authenticate. So it is going to enforce you, to get the once you log in, you're going to get the token. I mean, you need to create a token and then provide here as an environment variable, and that's when you'll be authenticated. So that's also provided in here. How do you authenticate and all? So you can just do that. I just don't want to cover even those things. You can just do it on your own. But again, I already mentioned, if you want a specific video on how to get started with this model platform and all, you can just put it on the comment section. I'll just take that and make a next video on that. Okay, so here this is creating, you can see here clearly, and these are just warnings. So because they are rapidly progressing and updating their libraries, and they're migrating to different way of doing the same thing and deprecating few things, that's just a warning. Okay, so you can just ignore that. And if you wanted to really if you're really concerned about to avoid those warnings, you can just just see what they're telling, and accordingly you can just move the piece of code to what they have recommended. Okay, so it's just creating the deployment. So let's wait for it. So post deployment, it's going to give me the endpoint and all that I can consume in our client facing application. Okay, so the thing, if you are used to fast API development, this is the simple way of creating the web server, and then adding any middlewares and all, and just the functions to download, and image base, creating our own image on top of base images. And then the stub is nothing but the jargon of this model. Everything will be associated to stub. Okay, this is the class, and this is how you annotate if you wanted to call this particular function from this class, either from the same project or from different things, using the functions lookup. Okay, and this is how you can just call, and these are the things, what is the parameter for this function. Those are the things needs to be passed, and that will be passed to this generate function accordingly, and that will return you object ID, so that you can use that object ID and use this function start function call from, and then call the get method on that to keep polling and get the final result and all those things. That's how things happen if you wanted to handle the long running jobs and long running things, which takes a little amount of time in order to produce the result, because this large language models and take some time, correct? So that's how you're going to do it. Okay, so now once this deployment is ready, as of this, we have created 3 endpoints. One to get the one to pass on this audio file and get the object ID, another to get the stats of instance type on their size and everything, and another to pass on the ID and keep polling to get the end result. Okay, so it's just creating, so you can just see here. So let's wait for it to complete. So post completion, I'm going to receive the endpoint and we'll use that endpoint. Okay, I did receive some error. Okay, there is an error with respect to okay, I misspelled transformers, that's a reason. Yeah, you can just see here, this is the transformers and there is the mismatch or distribution for this transformer. Okay, so that was the spelling mistake, and you can just do it again. Hopefully it shouldn't throw any more error now. Okay, let's wait for it to complete. And meanwhile that's getting done, there are huge examples. You can see here user diffusion models, okay, and stable diffusion fine tuning with dream booth. So dream booth is very interesting. Let's say if you want to create images of your own, how you do that? That's the dream booth. And also push your job queues and podcast transcriptions, and then data science related things, computer vision, real-time object detection, you do that, and all lot of examples with clear explanation and everything. So you can just refer to that, and guides probably explain, and also the references, two things, one for CLI and one for the modules that we have. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this to complete. If this gets completed, the thing that will be left for us to do is add in here the send button, and then send that, and there we need to make a API call to this transcribe, and then once that gives you the object ID, help the user show the toast or model, and then navigate to dynamic page based on the ID that we are receiving, and keep polling and show the result. And again, that there we have few components pending to show the JSON text, normal plain text, and also the timestamp based text and all those things, and also the component to show the URL and the option to copy that URL. Okay, so there are a few more things pending. I'm just waiting for it to complete. So this, if you wanted to see how this is going to you can also see, so for example, if I just so you can see here, these are the already mine personal things deployed, and here are the things. So currently it's deploying or initializing. You can see here the state and the logs that are happening, and everything we can receive here. So this is the you can see the name is also a thing. So this is the state, this is initializing, and once done, we will see the status like we have here. Okay, fine. So this is just initializing. I can just wait for a while. I'm just showcasing, where you can see the logs for your particular deployment, and if there are any issues, you will see the errors logged here. Accordingly, you can correct the code and then again deploy it again, and whatever, just to check or just to try it out. The way to debug your code if something is going wrong, this is a place to look for. It will be done in a while. So you can see here it has created a download model, that is, it has downloaded the weights of OpenAI's Whisper version from our Hugging Face snapshots, and then it's creating the image snapshot now. Okay, so you can see here you can clearly see the steps like we normally mention in our Docker files. The steps that we mention, same things will be happening in here. So it has finished image build for this ID, and we should receive the endpoint. Okay, so you can see here it is creating endpoint, it is created, and this is the endpoint for our service. Okay, so I'm just going to show you one example. So this is the endpoint, and just quickly check, you can see here there is a stats. Okay, so if you just you can just call this, and on top of this call this stats point, we should receive the stats. Okay, there is some internal server error. Okay, I have received this as not found. Okay, Whisper version 3 generate. Yeah, there is. Okay, let me just check out. The function is not found in app. That is, this function it's not able to find it, is what I'm receiving. Let me try once more. Okay, I'm receiving an error that it's not found. Okay, I'll just check this, okay, and then get back to you. Well, the problem was that I have not associated this Whisper 3 class with the stub. This is how we need to, associate particular class to the stub, and by mentioning the image and GPU that we wanted to, and how many concurrent inputs and container idle timeout, and attaching the network or file systems and all. Okay, so that's when we will create this Whisper version 3.generate. That's the error that we received, that it was not able to find the function that we were asking it to look for. Okay, so now I have deployed. Okay, so if I just test it out. Okay, so this is the endpoint. So if I just call this a stats endpoint, so I should be able to receive. Yeah, you can see here number of active runners, total runners, and backlog. So this endpoint is working. So now the service that we want is working, and also you can just see this you can see the get stats 200 is okay. So it looks like everything is working. That's the only thing that I did miss. to while deploying. Okay, so now we have the endpoints that we need in order to pass on our audio file. Okay, so what I will do is, let me here in here we need to make changes. Okay, so audio submit so here we need to have a send or something like that, so which sends the audio to our services. For that, I'm just going to create a new component inside this a component folder itself. So let me just name this as an audio submit.tsx. So for this, the props that we will be passing is the file along with the function which can manipulate the file. Okay, so let me just define in here the props for this component. So this is going to be first the set file, the callback function. So I can just import this react.dispatch set state action of type this file or undefined. Okay, so that is the one prop, and the another prop is the file. This is going to be the type for this props for this component. So I'm just going to quickly write this function audio submit. Okay, and here let me just destructure the properties, which is the set file and then the file. So now in here I'll maintain I need state variables to maintain whether it is submitted or not, and also to store the call ID, and finally to open the URL. Okay, so let me just quickly add in here this set submitted variable. Default, I'm just going to set everything to false. Even open, even this I'm just going to set this to false, and the call ID. So here I'm just going to set this also to empty string. Okay, fine. And now let's just focus on the UI part. Okay, so for this I'm just going to use the dialog component from this shard cn. So I can just search for the dialog. So let me just add this dialog component. So I can just move back to this root folder and then add this dialog component. So once this gets added, we will just import this dialog component. Okay, so here I can just here inside this fragment, let me just import this dialog component, and we'll maintain whether to open this dialog or not using the above open variable that we declared. And inside this we will wrap everything inside this dialog content. And first is the header. So the header part, and I'm just going to give the text alignment to be left side, and inside this we need to give this dialog title. So the title for this I'm just going to give as successfully sent a file, something like this. Okay, and then the description. So in this description I'm going to say something like the transcription will be available at this link, and we will say something like, you can go there right now or check back later, something like this, so that we'll be informing the end users where to look for the result. And here inside this div, so let's just say maximum width, I'm just restricting it to 325 pixel. Okay, and if it's a small screen, let's just increase it to 450 pixel, else will have the full width. Okay, so now here I'm just going to have a URL where you can navigate it to, okay, or the option to copy the URL. Okay, so since we wanted to use this across even in the results page as well as here on the dialog, so it's better if we just segregate this as a separate component. Okay, so even this I'm just going to define in here the component folder. So let me just name this as share URL component. Okay, so here it's going to be simple component which is going to help us copy the URL and use it in other tab to open. Okay, so for this the props is going to be simple, the host which is going to be of type string, and then the call ID, so this is again going to be a string. So quickly I'm just going to write this function. This is going to be something like share URL, and let's destructure the props which is the host and then the call ID, and we will use it here. So I'm just going to use the hook that we already created to copy some content from particular section. Okay, so here the time I'm just going to give here the default value, and let me just destructure the functions that we expected from this hook is copied, and the copy to clipboard. So here quickly I'm just going to focus on this div. So here I'm just going to make this flex and margin by direction 3, and overflow I'm just going to apply scroll. Okay, and width I just wanted to have full width. Okay, fine. And here in this pre tag, let's just add some padding in all directions, and background I'm just going to add this gray color. Text I'm just going to apply this black color. Okay, and a border I'm just going to have the gray color to the border, and let's have this border, and no margin in all directions, and width I'm just going to make this full. So here I'm just going to have this host separated by slash with the call ID. Okay, so this would be the value of the URL, and here the button to just copy. Okay, so on click I'm just going to create a onCopy callback function like we did in the other component, and quickly let's just make this display to be flex, and items I'm just going to send to them, and justify as well I'm just going to send to them. And here if it is copied, okay, so I'm just going to have this check icon. Okay, and height I'm just going to set it to 15. Okay, else I'm just going to show this copy icon with the same height. So this is the icon change. Okay, and for surrounding devices I'm just going to show this copy URL. Okay, so this is this quick component. Okay, and quickly I'm just going to have this onCopy callback function. So same, so even if this copied is true, we are going to do nothing. Okay, else I'm just going to pass on the value to this copy to clipboard function, that is the host slash we call id. Okay, so this is what will be copying. Okay, so this is the share url component. So now we can just go to this audio submit, and I'm just going to use this share url component here. Okay, so here in between this div, I'm just going to use this share url component, and host we can just use this window object, window dot location dot href. Okay, and the call id we're just going to pass in this call id. Okay, fine, and this is the share url component. So finally after this description in the footer, so I'm just going to add in here this footer. So in here, let me wrap everything inside this okay, so where we will add a button or link to go to that link. Okay, so let me just add a justify in and at the top. Okay, so this is the link component where we are going to add in to navigate it to the page which we are able to create. So for now I'm just going to pass in here the id that we received, the call id. Okay, and this the class styling for this. So I'm going to add in the button variants for this. Okay, so let me just add in this button variants. Along with that, I'm just going to add in with fit. Okay, so here the text of this is going to be the go to the link. Okay, so this is the thing, and finally upload a new file on the button. So for this I'm just going to have one more button, so kind of which says upload a new file. Okay, so I'm just going to have this with fit, and on click we are going to set some values to default values. Okay, so first is set file. I'm just going to set this to undefined. Okay, and set open. So I'm just going to close this dialog, and next is set submitted. So I'm just going to set this to false, and finally the set call id, I'm just going to set it to empty string. So I'm just going to set everything to default values. So that's this button for. So here upload is something like this, upload the file. Okay, so this is the audio submit button. Okay, and here this dialog, so I'm just going to add in a button here. This is the actual send it button, so this will be disabled if submitted. Okay, and on click we are going to call the actual function where we'll be talking to the service that which we just deployed. Okay, so this is the service which we so we can see the services as well. So I'll just navigate to docs. So this is where this Swagger docs. Okay, so this is the three endpoints that we transcribe, stats and call id. Okay, so this is the thing that will be consuming in this component. Okay, so in here I just have to call two functions. First we need to set submitted as true. Okay, post this I need to call on function something like submit audio, which will create, and the button text is going to be if submitted. So if submitted, this is going to be something like sending. Okay, so if not, the text of this button is going to send it. Okay, so this is the the audio submit component. So now we will create in here the submit audio function. Okay, so we'll make this first as a synchronous function, and this function name is going to be the submit audio. So let's create the form data object. Form data object. So I'm just going to create a new form data object, and for this we are going to open the file, which is going to be the file that we receive as the input props, and here the promise. So I'm just going to use this fetch, and here we will just use this endpoint. So ideally it's better if you just maintain this as a any variable, but I'm just going to put this value. So here we need to call this transcribe. Okay, and then the method. So method, this is going to be of type post. Body, you need to pass in this form data, and in the callback you need to just collect this JSON from the response. Okay, so this is the way of calling the service that we are deployed. And now so we need to show toast after having sent or sending a file to the server. So for that I'm just going to use this command. Okay, so to show the toast things, messages and all. So let's so here once we install this, we need to wrap this inside our layout, so that this can be accessible across all the pages. So this is installed. So in this layout.tsx, we need to import this toaster from Sonar, and here we need to okay, so now we should be able to show the toast. Okay, so go into this audio submit component. So post this here. I just have to call this toast.promise, so that if loading will show like something like sending a file to the server, and successfully sent, we will set the button to true, so that we can show the layout. So in here I'm just going to first need to so we need to first import this post. Okay, so I'm just going to do it this way. From Sonar. Okay, and in here the text is going to be something. First we will pass on this promise, the above promise. Okay, and here if it's loading, I'm just going to send the message and sending the file to the server. Okay, so if it is successful, so we will be receiving the data and we will collect that data. Okay, first thing I'm just going to set this open to true so that we can show the dialog, and parallelly I'm just going to set the call ID to the data that we receive. Okay, and here I'm just going to return saying that received call ID, and I'm just going to show this data. Okay, fine. And if something wrong, so we will show this message, the failure to send file. Okay, so this is going to be the function. Once the user clicks on send it, we call up the service, and in the promise callback we will wait for it to send the file to the server, and if it's while it's sending on loading, we will be showcasing this message. On successful, we will show this received call ID and the ID that we received from the service. If something went wrong, this is the message that will be showing. Okay, so this is the audio submit component, and this we need to use this one in this right page. Okay, so in this right page, so this is going to be after this waveform. So I will going to, so let me just open this. Okay, so here audio. Okay, wait. So here I just need to import this audio submit component and pass on this file that user is uploading, and also the callback function that we have here. Okay, this set file. So this is the way of as sending the user uploaded file to the service. Okay, so here so let's just see if how this button is going to do. So still we have the call ID page to be added. Okay, so here it's loading. Okay, so this is the, and okay, so do not worry about the UI and everything, we will take care of that eventually, but it's looking fine for me. Okay, okay, sure, wait. So yeah, so this will send. I don't think there will be any problem of sending. So let us create this dynamic call ID page as well. So I'm just going to create in here this dynamic page. Okay, and in here let's create this page.tsx. This is going to be quick because we already know what we'll be receiving and what is supposed to show on all. So here let's first name this as a client component. So here I'm just going to create in here this I'm just going to name this as a page, and we'll be receiving the parameters, nothing but the call ID. So that is going to be of type string. So I'm just going to give the definition here itself, and here I'm just going to maintain two state variables for the data. So the data that we receive after polling the endpoint call ID, and here I'm just going to for now give the type to be any, and here let's just keep this as empty. Okay, and then the status, okay, to store the status code. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is going to be of type number. So this also I'm just going to leave this empty. Okay, fine. And here what we need to do is, we need to keep polling for the object call ID that we received. So that we will do it inside this use effect hook. Okay, so this one I'm just going to have this timeout ID, so which is going to be of type this Node.js dot timeout. Okay, fine. And then the form data, I'm just going to create a new form data object, and let me just append this the call ID to the request body of our endpoint. Okay, so this is going to be nothing but Adam.call ID, and finally we'll write a function which is going to help us fetch the data. So I'm just going to make this as asynchronous. Okay, and here let's just use this, and I'm just going to let's go to this page and copy the endpoint, or just submit a component. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this endpoint. So ideally you'll have to convert this to an environment variable, so which you can do. Okay, and here we need to call this call ID endpoint, and then you need to specify here the method as a post, and you need to pass on this body, and that is nothing but from data. Okay, and a callback. So in the callback you need to collect the response, and you need to set the status. So status whatever we receive in the response dot status. Okay, so if this response dot status is 202, then I'm just going to set this timeout which we initialize at the beginning to this every 10 seconds. Okay, so here, so else we are just going to return this response. So we receive the data that we were looking for. Okay, so basically if the result is still not ready, that's when it returns the 202 status code from the model server, and that's when we are just setting the timeout for 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds we are just calling this again. If it's not the 202, that means the result that we were looking for is ready, and we're just returning this response from this fetch data function. Okay, so here if still here I'm just going to collect this data. Okay, and I'm just going to set the data that I have received. Okay, so fine, and if there is any issue, okay, so we are going to handle that inside this the patch block. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the status to 500. Okay, and if you want to console the errors and see what is actually some control statements below if needed. Okay, and finally I'm just going to call this data function, and on automatic I'm just going to clear this timeout ID. Okay, so here this timeout ID, so this needs to be triggered as soon as this component is mounted. Okay, that is the thing. Okay, so now here if the status is 202, we need to somehow show that fetching is in progress or something like that, and if status is 500, we need to say something went wrong, we were not able to get the request field, and if there is no data, we need to show the loading thing. So that we will do by creating components inside this itself. Is the loading page. Okay, so I'm just going to create here this loading thing. Okay, so here this is going to be a pretty simple, so I can just quickly create this loading component. So let's name this as loading. Okay, and we will wrap everything inside this main div, and for this let's just restrict the height to something like, let's say 80 vertical height. Okay, and let's make this place of flex and justify. I just wanted to center, and even items, let's just center. Okay, so here one more div where I'm just going to use some background color, and also rounded corners or something like that. So just for with the fit and padding in X direction, let's say a 2.5 and rounded corners. So this is like standard component for loading and all. Okay, so and also I'm just going to add in some border gray color 300. Okay, and I'm just going to add some border. Okay, text color, let's just change it to gray. Okay, and display, let's make it to flex and have some gap of 1, so I can just flex. Okay, and the gap of 1, and the items I'm just going to center. Okay, fine. So that's the div, and finally the loader icon we will have in one side, one more div where we will apply animate spin, and also the items so we want it to be separate. Okay, so here I'm just going to apply this animate spin, and let's center the items. Okay, and display will be flex. Okay, fine. And here below this we will use the loader to icon from the Lucid React, and the size I'm just going to specify it as 15. Okay, yeah, and here after this we can just add some text here, something like checking up on your function call. Okay, fine. So this is the loading component. Okay, same if request fails, we will have the component. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and first create for progress. Okay, and here I'm just going to create here the component. So let me just copy paste. I have copied, and I'm just going to change this to request progress, and I'm just going to keep this as it is, except that let's just change text. Okay, so here I'm just going to say like function call is in progress, and also I will show one more text, like you can stay on this page, come back later to the same URL, something like that. So for that it's better if we have this inside one more div, so we show both in the same div. So let's just make this be a text and column, and I'm just going to have the gap of 2, and I'm just going to center the items. Okay, so this div, I'm just moving up this div inside the about div. Okay, so just below this I'm just going to create a new div with text, and some, let's use some gray color of 600, and text opacity I'm just going to give. Okay, so I'm just going to give opacity as 70. Okay, and the text size, let's make this text small, and if it's a smaller screen, I'm just going to make this text size a little bigger or small. Okay, so here we will say some text like you can stay on this page, or come back later to the same URL. Okay, so this is the simple request progress page, and finally we need to create one more page for request fail. Okay, so it's not a page, it's component. Okay, my bad. So here let's quickly create function for request fail. So in here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this same video. The height restricting to 80 vertical heights. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this to 80 and also justify, let's just center. Okay, and items I'm just going to center. Okay, fine. And inside this one more div where I'm just going to say, like, failed to fetch response. And the styling for this video, we want to show here, so it will be something like red color, and with I'm just going to fit it and padding in the x direction, let's say 2.5, and I just wanted the rounded corners. Okay, and border also we will change to red color, so something like 300, and text also I will just add the text red color, so let's say 400, and display as a flex and gap of 1. Okay. And items will just okay, so this is the component. So now let's go back to this page component. So this is where we need to use this components which we just created. So here this is going to be pretty simple. So here right below this, if the status that we receive after polling is 202, okay, so I'm just going to show this request progress component. Okay, and that's the one usage, and if the status is equal to 500, and that's where something went wrong, so it's a request failed component. Okay, and if there is no data, okay, and that's where we'll show this loading component. Okay, so this is will be showcasing 3 components. Okay, now if there is the data, okay, so that's where we are supposed to show the data along with the option to share this URL. Okay, so here if there is a data, I'm just going to wrap this inside this fragment. So let's just wrap this inside div and make this as a container. Okay, and flex, I'm just going to make this display as a flex, and let's just make this is a standard we wanted to show in the column representation, and so that's how we do it. Okay, and max width I'm just going to restrict to 3 times extra large, and we need to show data, so I doesn't want to clump everything into this component, so it's better if you write separate component, kind of something like data viewer. So that's where we show for 3 things, one for that is 3 views, text view, times view, and also the JSON view. So it's going to be pretty similar like we did in our home page, like running locally and deploying a model. Same way we'll need to add an extra tab. Okay, so let me create a component for that. Here I'm just going to add in here this data viewer.ts component. Okay, and I'm just going to make this as a client side component. Okay, and also I'm just going to for now make this data to be of type any. So if you want to be specific, you can just change this. Okay, and let's quickly create this function. Okay, data viewer. Okay, so and I'm just going to structure this data from the props. Okay, and here let me just wrap this inside this section. Make this flex direction to be column gap of 3. Okay, and I'm just going to center this items, and width, let's make this as a full. Okay, and height I'm just going to set it to an height vertical. Okay, so this is the main section, and now we'll use this tabs component from this chart here. Okay, so here so default value, I'm just going to set this to timestamps. Okay, and this class styling width and height I'm just going to set to full. So this is the main tabs, and now we will run this tabs list inside this step. So let's just give width full, and also I'm just going to do this justify between, make this display flex. Okay, and again items I'm just going to center them. Okay, so here now the tabs list. So here first the tabs trigger point is the text. Okay, so here the value is going to view in here is the text, and the value that will be showcasing the text on the UI. Okay, and the next tabs trigger is the timestamps. So I'm going to give the timestamps. Okay, and the value of the UI also it's going to remain the same timestamps, and finally the JSON. So the actual JSON that will be receiving from our service, so we will show as it is here as the JSON. Okay, so now we have this tabs list. Okay, so after this I just wanted to show the on which instance type we did finish running this audio on. Okay, so we can do this show like this here using this div. So here I'm just going to have some background gray color, text to be small. Okay, and direction 2. Okay, and around it I'm just going to have large corner around it. Okay, and the border color, let's just apply a gray color. Okay, and have some border width. Okay, and text color I'm just going to apply this gray color. Okay, let's say 600. Okay, fine, and finally the text I'm just going to show in this span. So we will just change display based upon the screen that we're in, and also okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to show the text unfinished on A, and here I'm just going to isolate this GPU using this font medium. Okay, so I can just say something NVIDIA 810G. Okay, and the time we need to show, so that again we'll grab that in one more span. Okay, so I can do it in this way. So same way like we did for the NVIDIA 810G. Okay, so this we will be receiving from this data object. Okay, so this will be presenting, and I'm just going to round off this to 2 decimals. Okay, and we will just show here the in seconds. Okay, fine, and now that was like to show the instance and the time it took to run on the instance. Okay, after this we need to show now the content for each tab. Okay, so here first is the for the text. Okay, so this is going to be simple. So what we need to show is the data of 0 dot text. So this is going to be the content for the text. Okay, so content. So we need to import this. Okay, and the styling, we need to do this. I'll just come back to that. Okay, and here for timestamps, so for the timestamps, I'm just going to we need to first iterate through these chunks that we get. So that is data of 0 dot chunks, the map. Okay, so here we need to find the chunk along with the index. Okay, so which is going to be of type number. So in here I'm just going to wrap this everything in one more div, so which I'm just going to add some bottom and also some padding in the y direction, and in here I'm to make this as a unique div. So I'm just going to add a key with an index that we receive from the chunks array. Okay, so here we show this the chunk dot text, which will be nothing but the text that was present in that timestamp, and here we will just show the duration for which the text is showing. So I'm just going to make this text very small, and the opacity just make this 70. Okay, and here what we do is we need to access the timestamp of the starting and ending. So this will be present in this chunk dot timestamp of 0 seconds, and here this chunk dot timestamp of 1 seconds. Okay, so this is how we'll be showcasing the timestamps option. Okay, finally, what for the JSON, so that's going to be pretty simple. Whatever we receive from our the endpoint, that's the exact value that we are supposed to show. Okay, so here I'm just going to stringify this JSON that we are receiving. So I'm just going to stringify and show this the data of 0, and here I'm just going to add a 2 indent spaces. Okay, so fine, and now styling for this, so we do for one and just take that same for all other things. Okay, so for styling this, we will apply this background as a gray color. Okay, and let's embed and padding in the x direction 5, in violation little lesser than x. Okay, 3, and I just wanted this rounded colors. Okay, and the border color I'm just going to make this as a gray, so let's say 300, and let's add some border width for this, and the text color I just want it to be the darker gray, something like 600, and font type let's make this as a mono. Okay, and height I'm just going to apply the fit. Okay, and the max height I'm just going to say, let's say 90%, and the overflow let's allow the scrolling. Okay, so the same thing we have to apply for all other the tabs content. Okay, so I can just copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to apply the same for this timestamps as well as to the text. So yeah, so this is the data viewer component. So let's just go here to this now. Okay, so in here all we need to do is import the data viewer component that we just created, and showcase the result using that component. Okay, so here inside this div, first thing is we will use this data viewer component. Okay, and attaching this data that we got. Okay, fine, and next finally at the bottom we need to show the URL so that you can either copy or refer to it later point of time. So here let's just make this as a display and items. I'm just going to center them. Next I'm just going to make this to be larger and 4, and the width let's just make this to be. Okay, so this is the div. Okay, so now let me just close this. So now inside this div I'm just going to add in some text called something which is share. So let's just apply this opacity of 70 and font type to be mono and text to be base. Okay, and font type medium. Okay, and the text of this is going to be share. Okay, so this is the share text, and finally what I'm going to do, use a reusable share URL component. Okay, and what we need to do is pass the host along with that call ID. So host, it's here, it's going to be, we'll use the window object, window dot this location of protocol, so whatever the protocol it is. Okay, and I'm just going to add in double slash and then this window dot location href. Okay, I mean the host. Okay, so after this I'm just going to pass on this try it, and okay, this needs to be appended with the call ID which you're doing in this component. Okay, so here this is going to be nothing but this parameter dot call ID. Okay, so this is the dynamic call ID page, and we are pretty much done. Hopefully we should be in a good position to see the result of it. Okay, so let's just try it out. Okay, so here I just uploaded this there are a few issues, I don't know why. Okay, let me just refresh this. I mean, it's related to styling because of rows and other custom classes, which we will just do in a while. But the core functionality of, on the list of this application is done. So let's just try uploading one of the file. Okay, so I'm just going to select one of the song that, okay, so this is just one of the song. This needs to will be corrected. Okay, I don't know. So that's the audio. Okay, so now as soon as we click on send, we need to receive the toast and saying that it is sending a file to the server and all something like that. Okay, so yep, you can see here this sending your file to the server is working, and it's sending the file to the endpoint that we just deployed, and this is the call ID we received on success. We received this, and this was the dialog that we added. So successfully sent file and transcription will be available. So that was the audio submit button, the component. We set the open to true, and that's when this showcases, and we'll be able to copy this. There is a problem with this, so we can just copy this. You can see here that we'll see there is, I think, the references applying to everything, so that I will see. So now we can just go to this link. So when I just copied this, I will just open this inside this new tab. So just waiting to load this. I don't know why it's taking so long. Okay, it's because my laptop is a bit slow. Okay, yeah, it's loading. So let's wait. Okay, so it's compiling. I need to restart the system. I think so because of that it's taking a bit more of time. It's compiling. Okay, ideally yeah, it's compiling. Maybe I need to restart. That's why it at least opens in a quick amount of time. Okay, I'll just restart this application, guys. Let's check again. Okay, so I'm just uploading this file. Okay, so I'm just uploading, and here let's just play this. Okay, so and I'm just going to send this, and here. Okay, so it's sending a file to the server, and let's wait for it to complete and give us the call ID. Okay, so this is the call ID that we received. So clicking on this, it's going to help us navigate. So you can see here the function call is in progress. You can stay on this page or come back later to the same URL. So this is the components that we added. It is working fine, and we are polling for our service at an interval of 10 seconds. So let's wait for it to see how this is going to reflect. And also I'm just going to showcase the accuracy also. Yeah, you see here we got this in just 7.55 seconds, because it's very fast, and this depending upon the audio length that we are sending. Okay, and I don't know, there is some issue with the stylings. Okay, this is the share thing, so we'll be able to copy and all those things. Okay, so needs to check. So this is the timestamp, and this is the overall text of our the audio that we uploaded, and this is the overall JSON that we received. Okay, so let's just compare the timestamp on the music. So let me just pull up the song. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play this song. Okay, so you can just listen to it. I'm not going to talk.
show you just how accurate the transcription of this was. So that's the thing I just wanted to showcase, and I hope you understood. And this is what I just wanted to cover out of this video. And yeah, let me just open this completely, maximize this. Okay, yeah, there are minor issues. Okay, and also there is a few code things that are pending, and those are like minor things. So this is the main thing that I wanted to cover as part of this application. I don't know why there are issues when with this pros. I think that I think it's simple. You guys can just get that out. Okay, so yeah, pretty much. Hope you guys liked it, and you will keep supporting me, and please do like, share, and subscribe if you did like it and did help you in one or other way. There are a lot of new projects in backlog of mine, and I'll bring it to you as early as possible. Okay, so this is the listen not application, and this is what I wanted to cover as part of this application. There are minor UI issues that please do figure it out. Okay, thank you so much.